which is the future of democracy and the rule of law in Europe. That will be the topic of our last session here during this conference. We are very much convinced that this is an important topic for all of the member states of the EU, including the candidate countries. And there certainly is a lot of room for improvement in this area. Finally, when it comes to Belgium, gender equality is an extremely important topic. So we have decided to take one of our sessions to look at this issue and to look at the representation of men and women in our parliaments. Dear colleagues, dear friends, let me thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the exchanges we will have over the next couple of days. I will now invite Mr. Ottmar Karas, who is one of the Vice Presidents of the European Parliament, to come up here to the podium. But I would just like to add that we, of course, would like to thank him very warmly for having accepted the fact that the European Parliament organised this plenary session of Parliament here in the European Parliament in Brussels. So, Mr. Karas, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Now I will switch in my mother tongue German. Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President Hélène Tillieu, Chair Gaten van Goetsenhoven, dear colleagues from the different European Parliament and the parliaments, we have heard that we have representatives from regional parliaments, from the European Commission as well here. A number of people who have come here to listen, to discuss. So it's a real pleasure to be here on behalf of the European Parliament and to welcome you also on behalf of President Roberta Metsola. I welcome you here to the European Parliament as an institution, but also to our common Parliament. We had this in Speaker Tillieu's speech. A lot of you are involved in regional or local elections or national elections. You are the representatives of the citizens. All of us together, we are part of liberal European democracy. We are all part of creating stronger parliaments at the different levels, from the European Parliament through nations, regional and local level. So I welcome you warmly here in our communal parliament on this 71st edition of the COSAC. I would like to thank, of course, the Belgian presidency for the invitation, for the preparatory work, for the very good cooperation that we have had. We find ourselves in a very decisive period for the future of Europe and for the world. In 75 days, from the 6th to the 9th of June, we will have the European elections. There were elections that took place in Russia, not elections as we would understand them, though. There will also be elections in the US, in India, in the UK, and in a number of regions and countries. for all of these elections, there are global consequences. We are talking about fundamental choices, a choice between liberal democracy and autocracy, whether Europe will be global or will turn towards nationalism, taking our responsibilities or turning towards populism, a choice between the truth when talking about our challenges, when talking to our citizens, or fake news. We are voting on members of the European Parliament. This is the only multinational parliament in the world with directly elected members that have legislative powers. If we look at these elections taking place from the 6th to the 9th of June, we should be aware that there are more people eligible to vote in these elections as the entire population of the USA. The European elections are elections on the role of the Parliament when it comes to strengthening liberal democracy. Without the Parliament, without a strong Parliament, there is no liberal democracy. We need to have a division of powers between the institutions, because otherwise we cannot carry out our tasks in an optimal way. We have our rights, our values, our the fundamental aspects that we're all aware of. The European elections are elections for everybody. All of the citizens who are eligible to vote in the European elections are also able to vote in the elections of their respective national parliaments. All of these people eligible to vote in the European elections, they live in your regions, in your local communities. It's important to think about this because we often don't fully take this into consideration, the difference between the different political levels. And I think because we don't fully take that into consideration, sometimes we have tensions or confrontations between these different political levels. I think often we spend too much time talking about the competences between these different political levels when we need to look at our common role as Parliament. I think a lot more unites us than the debate on who has competence for what. I think we are all there for our citizens. We're all confronted with the challenges we face. War in Europe and around Europe. There is the war of aggression that Russia has waged against Ukraine, the terror of Hamas, and the conflict in Gaza. It is important that we have more cooperation in the areas of security and defense, asylum and migration, climate and the environment, health, digitalization and artificial intelligence. For none of these issues can we solve this at a regional or national level alone. We need to work together as to how to solve this, how to better progress here. We need a common European position to make any progress. We are all confronted with the importance of competitiveness and resilience. We need to fully develop the single market. We need to develop an open strategic and autonomy. We need to reduce bureaucracy. We also need to tackle the feeling of distance and when it comes to the European Union, and also to broaden and deepen the European Union. We're not finished yet. We need to learn the lessons of the crisis when it comes to our geopolitical reality. I think what is important is we are all confronted daily when it comes to disinformation, fake news, hybrid interference, and it's not just from the outside, it comes from the inside as well. Think about Putin's Russia, for example, though not just Russia, that wants to destroy liberal democracy, about all those who want to destabilize Europe. We should not forget the deep fake videos that were spread during the elections in Slovakia, or how that misinformation influenced the Brexit campaign, or the photo montage that showed Meloni as a dubious Oscar winner. No political group, nobody who is sitting here is safe when it comes to the enemies of democracy. They manipulate, they polarize, they want to divide people and create misinformation. These challenges are something that all of us face, and that's very important when it comes to our cooperation. We don't want to be played against one another. We can only overcome these challenges when we work together more closely, and when all four levels, local, regional, national and European, all assume their responsibilities. So I would ask you, we are all here together in this Parliament today, and I hope that the European elections will be something that we can all work on together to increase voter participation. The European Parliament needs you as candidates in the elections. We need that. We need all of you. We need you to be involved, to be representatives of the citizens of our democracy. You need to help us. Please get involved in these elections. Tell people about the added value of European cooperation. Inform the citizens not just about the European Parliament, but the role of it within Europe. Help to motivate citizens to participate and to vote. I wish you all a very successful conference. I hope this will be a motivating experience, having this debate here in the European Parliament, in our common parliament. I wish you all the best.
Monsieur Karas.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Karas. Dear colleagues, can I invite you now to watch this video about the Federal Parliament of Belgium.
To the Belgian Federal Parliament. It's a pity we can't welcome you in our building in Brussels, because the Belgian Parliament is a charming and open house, conducive to debate and meetings, which makes politics accessible to everyone.
Les séances sont ouvertes, les commissions sont ouvertes au public, mais les gens ne le savent pas toujours. Du coup, on fait venir le contenu à eux par les réseaux sociaux.
The Belgian Federal Parliament aims to be an inclusive parliament, reflecting the population it represents. Since 2019, for the first time in Belgium's history, both chambers have been presided over by a woman. Furthermore, we work and debate in both Dutch and French. The Belgian Federal Parliament is one of the only multilingual parliaments in the European Union.
Ja, de charme van België en Brussel zit in hun meertaligheid. Dus als tolken zorgen wij ervoor dat elke senator of elk Kamerlid zijn eigen taal kan spreken.
The Belgian Federal Parliament consists of two chambers, the House of Representatives and the Senate. Together, they form Belgium's federal legislature.
Toutes les réunions parlementaires sont visibles sur le site internet de la Chambre en direct et là vous pouvez choisir directement sur lachambre.be.
Green is the color of the House of Representatives. This is where laws are made and where we control the federal government and the budget. This is where we make policy.
Tijdens het vragenuurtje in de Kamer krijgt iedereen 2 minuten spreektijd, geen uitzonderingen. Iedereen is gelijk voor de wet.
The color of the Senate is red. This is a place of reflection and of meeting between the three language communities in all transparency.
Wij tikken alles uit, inderdaad. Alles wat er gebeurt, alles wat er gezegd wordt in de vergaderingen. Dat wil zeggen dat alles wat er gebeurt in de zaal terug te vinden is in het integraal verslag.
The Belgian Federal Parliament is a fascinating place where hundreds of people are passionately committed to democracy.
J'habite au Parlement. J'ai grandi ici en tant que fils de concierge. Et maintenant, depuis 22 ans, je suis moi-même concierge. C'est un privilège. C'est capable de parler de la nation, ça représente le peuple. Et donc, c'est quand même un grand privilège de pouvoir vivre ici et d'être domicilié ici.
This is a place where the past is cherished.
Het federaal parlement van België is een van de enige 3 parlementen in de wereld met een eigen bijaard.
But it's also the place where we prepare for the future.
Au Parlement fédéral, nous tenons compte de la planète et donc je roule 100% électrique.
The Belgian Federal Parliament is an open house for debate and meeting. The future of Belgium starts here.
Verschillende scholen vanuit heel België kruipen eigenlijk in de rol van een echte parlementariër. En wij proberen eigenlijk de jongeren zoveel mogelijk te stimuleren om het woord te nemen. Dat is wel een stap voor heel veel, maar eens dat ze die stap hebben gezet, zijn ze eigenlijk on fire om in het leven te kruipen van een echte parlementariër.
Voilà, chers collègues, une présentation.
Dear colleagues, there you have it. A brief introductory video to introduce the institution. Let me just give you a few important housekeeping points. We've got Wi-Fi throughout this conference and the password is COSAC BE 2024. We have interpretation into all the official languages of the European Union, and I'd like to thank the interpreters. Thank you. We'd like to welcome Mr. Tesely, Mr. Zoltán Tesely, President of the European Affairs Committee of the Hungarian Parliament.
Chers collègues, la Troïka.
Dear colleagues, the Troika agreed yesterday on the draft agenda that's been tabled, and I suggest that we adopt it now. Are there any objections? No? No objections. Thank you. We can deem the agenda adopted, unanimously adopted. The 24th of March Troika meeting was on the agenda, the 41st biannual report, the results of the meeting of the Presidential Troika, and also the conclusions of the plenary were examined, as well as amendments that have been tabled. A number of amendments were tabled by the delegations ahead of the deadline of the 19th of March, and the Presidency distributed a table outlining those amendments. A compromise text was also sent to the delegations, and there is still a possibility to table amendments until 12 today, 12 noon. Another meeting will be organised amongst the presidents this afternoon to discuss the amendments and to come up with draft text for the conclusions ahead of the Tuesday plenary session on the 26th of March. Regarding the 41st biannual report, That report focuses on three main topics. First of all, as we are towards the end of the parliamentary term, we take stock of the parliamentary term from 2019 to 2024. We also discuss the Council Strategic Plan for 2024-2029. The second theme is looking at gender policy and women's representation in the Parliament. And finally, we look at democracy and the rule of law in Europe. Now, the report includes all the different responses that we got from the national parliaments to the questionnaire. There was a deadline that had been set for the 8th of February for that questionnaire. I'd like to thank the COSAC Secretariat at this point for the very hard work it did in trying to really bring all that information together and put it in the report. The COSAC President will present its conclusions at the start of every thematic meeting. Are there any questions at this point? No questions or comments? Thank you. Letters received. Heads of delegations were asked to participate in the plenary meeting. Bernadetta Gonzalez, President of the Legislative Committee for External Policy of Andorra. Mr. Herman Yagoyan, President of the European Integration Association from the Armenian Parliament. Ms. Delia Mist Dotti, Foreign Affairs Committee President of the Icelandic Parliament. Sir William Cash, President of the European Affairs Committee for the House of Commons in the United Kingdom. All of these requests received a positive response. Switzerland, Norway, the House of Lords House of Commons of the United Kingdom had all received positive responses for their request to participate in COSAC meetings that was issued by the Belgian presidency. We've also received other letters. A letter from Ms. Klimpush-Tsinzade from the European Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament has asked for a joint communication to be issued on the occasion of the second anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, and this was proposed then that there would be a joint declaration to be included in the current chapter that's already provided for on Ukraine. A number of heads of delegation have also suggested, in accordance with Article 5.3 of the COSAC regulation, that the issue of the Russian attack on Ukraine and security and defense challenges arising from this should be included in the 71st COSAC meeting. And the presidency has been asked to consider this request. As I said earlier, it was not possible to fully overhaul the program, so we preferred to include that in the first session and include it in the Ukraine chapter that we will be discussing, and this way we hope to have responded adequately to the requests. Thirdly, to respond to the requests from the Danish and Dutch delegations regarding access to the delegates portal, and here the Danish and Dutch members have sent a letter in March asking for a reference to access to information on council decisions. Having consulted the presidential troika, the Belgian presidency has issued a positive response to this request, including a number of paragraphs in its draft conclusion text. Those have been edited slightly in order to take into account the Belgian presidency concerns and priorities. Are there any further questions, comments or suggestions from your side?
Alors, je crois que la délégation des Pays-Bas.
Well, I think the Dutch delegation would like to take the floor.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Dank dat u mij het woord geeft. In de vorige...
Thank you very much indeed for giving me the floor. At the past COSAC meeting, the Dutch delegation, together with Denmark and a number of other countries, asked for national delegations to be granted access to council documents, and that access was then later denied, and that in fact contradicts the basic principle of transparency that should apply for European legislative processes. And there have been more than 20 signatories to this request to gain access to the portal, and I thank you for your support. But there are a few further remarks that we would like to add so that it completely covers everything that was included in the letter of the 23rd. Thank you.
Hartelijk bedankt. Le texte que...
Thank you very much indeed. Well, indeed, we are talking here about a compromise text, and we will closely look at your proposals for that. Thank you for your comment. Can I give the floor now for the next item on the 41st biannual report, running and the strategy running from 2024 to 2029. Thank you very much. Just a few technical pointers to begin with regard to taking the floor. May I suggest that you insert the magnetic cards into the card readers and the devices, and that will allow us to then check that you are seated in your allocated seat. The card should be placed inside the machine for the entire duration of the meeting. If there's a green light, then everything is okay. If it's not the case, then there is a technical problem. If you wish to take the floor, you need to press the button with the I symbol next to it, and if you see a light come on, it means that your request to take the floor has been registered. Once you are given the floor, you should then switch on the microphone yourself, and once you start speaking, the technical staff will actually activate the microphone, and that will make the light on the microphone come on. So it's my great pleasure now to welcome you to Brussels for the COSAC summit and plenary, and this is our opportunity to take stock of the parliamentary term, which is coming to an end, and to consider the strategic plan of the Council for the period running from 2024 to 2029. Over the past few years, the European Union has faced a number of major challenges. Ukraine was in the focus, and a number of dramatic events marked this parliamentary term. Ukraine is very close to us, and its fate and its future is linked to ours.
Ivana Klimpruch.
And so, Ms. Klimpruch, for the chairperson of the Ukrainian integration into the European Union Committee, may I welcome you very warmly. Your expertise, your commitment is of great importance and will determine our shared future. And also the respect of democratic rights and values.
Sur les priorités à venir. Nous devons...
We will have to look to the future challenges and look back to what has shaped our lives over the past few years. Ukraine and its situation must remain a priority for us. It's essential that we redouble our commitment and solidarity with regard to this country, which has been suffering at the hands of these attacks for more than 2 years now. I thank Mr. Georges Milkine, who has talked to us about the European commitment with regard to this. Now, we've always been committed to protecting peace and stability in the world, and I'm convinced that we will be able to do this in the future. Europe's future depends on our ability to work together. We must find common solutions and rise up to the challenges that face us. Together, we need to show resilience and vision. The European Union must remain a major actor, and peace, stability and welfare should be our objectives. Can I encourage you to defend this shared objective of building a stronger, more resilient Europe? And in this way, we can build a better Europe for our citizens and future generations. May I thank you for your presence here today and wish you constructive and fruitful debate. And we will hear a few... let me hand over now to the Secretariat member, the Permanent Secretariat member, to give you a few updates on the results of the 41st biannual report. Thank you. Mr. Sauval.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Chair, Madam President, Deputy Prime Minister, honourable members. Thank you for this opportunity to present some of the findings of the 41st biannual report of COSAC. As Madam President has already explained a little bit about the procedural background, that this is based on a questionnaire sent by the Presidency, and I will only add that this report has been sent out to the delegations and is also available online. I will limit myself to some brief remarks with some examples of the findings here now. The first chapter of the report deals precisely with the issues to be discussed during this session, namely the 2019 to 2024 legislature and the prospects for the Council's strategic agenda. From the report, it's evident that several of the main initiatives and policy areas during this legislative term has attracted the attention of national parliaments. A large majority of parliaments and chambers indicated that they have scrutinised several of these: Fit for 55, the digital transition, the Next Generation EU, the economic governance framework, the new pact on migration and asylum, and enlargement, have all been scrutinised by more than 30 parliaments or chambers, and strategic autonomy by an almost equal number. No parliament, furthermore, indicated that none of these topics had been scrutinised. Secondly, the annual Commission work programme is widely scrutinised as well in different ways, and here I will just note that 14 parliaments or chambers indicate that they adopt a formal list of priorities based on the work programme in plenary, and 13 that sectoral committees adopt a statement on this work programme. Others indicated other methods or combinations of methods. 15 indicated furthermore that the government of their country is involved in the discussions when adopting these priorities. Lastly, I will just mention that the question was put to Parliament's chambers on whether they had been involved in the consultation process at a national level ahead of the adoption of the Council's strategic agenda for the coming period 2024 to 2029, and out of 37 respondents, 26 replied that they had not. Thank you, Chair. I will stop here after this brief introduction, which hopefully have provided a flavour of the findings of the report, and wish you a very successful debate today.
I thank you, Mr. Sauval. Avant de céder la parole à nos deux intervenants.
Well, before I give the floor to our keynote speakers, can I give you a brief introduction? Following studies in journalism, Georges Guillet presented a local television programme and was committed in the charity sector for several years, and then went into other domains looking at child rights and environmental issues, and then became a deputy in the Parliament and became a Minister for Mobility in the current Belgian government. We will also hear from Ivana Klimpucha-Sizadze, who I'm sure is very familiar to you, and who will give us an insight into the situation in her country. And as Vice Minister of European Affairs and Euro-Atlantic Affairs, she is currently head of the committee in the Ukrainian Parliament. Now, you will all each be given 10 minutes to make your opening statements, and then we will move to a debate. So, dear colleagues, you can already start taking the requesting speaking time. May I ask you to come forward to the podium now?
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires,
President, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, on behalf of the Federal Government of Belgium, may I welcome you to Brussels and tell you just how important this 6-month presidency is important to us as a founding member of the European Union, but also as we find ourselves at the turning point between two legislatures. So we have a role to play as problem solvers, people who will find practical solutions in the trilogue phases, which we tried to do as efficiently as we could. And we've tried to really make use of the momentum that comes at the end of parliamentary term. And I'd like to thank all our representatives who were involved in the negotiations, in particular the members of the Permanent Representation of Belgium. But if you do want to support the European model, and if we want to build a Europe that is fair and where people can prosper, if we want to combat climate change and protect the planet and our ecosystems, if we want to be a driving force to defend peace in the world, we need to dream and allow people to hang on to their dreams, and we need to find the right tools and ways to reinforce Europe and make it even stronger in terms of its role in defending the interests of citizens. And it's this dual objective that we have in terms of finishing the legislative work, but also paving the way for the legislative work that is still to come under the next parliamentary term, that I am particularly pleased to be able to welcome you today. We are now at the halfway point of the Council Presidency, and so this is an opportune moment to take stock of what has been achieved and also to look to the future. Belgium is honoured to be able to make its contribution towards European policy and making, and make its contribution to building our society. So it's my great pleasure to be able to inform you about the work that's still to come in the next 3 months and also in the next parliamentary term. Right from the outset of this presidency, Belgium did not spare any effort to try and advance its political agenda for the presidency. More than 60 legislative files have been closed in all the key areas of the presidency. So that's one file per working day. It's just as crucial that we also pave the way for the work that's still to come. We need to ensure that the legislation that we draft will stand the test of time, and that we remain strong, decisive and relevant looking to the future, and so that we can table new files, new points on the agenda, and that we are resilient and able to overcome our differences and able to show that Europe is worth the effort, worth the investment, and that it brings tangible improvements and results to citizens of Europe. And it helps us to build the Europe that we want for future generations. Let me say a few words about what we've achieved so far. More than 60 legislative files have been wrapped up, as I said. Our presidency will be working very hard together with all the other European institutions to keep that momentum going and to keep that pace up right up till the end of June deadline. Let me just highlight a number of success stories from the last few weeks. All of these can be taken against our motto: protect, reinforce. And we want to protect Europe, reinforce democracy, and prepare Europe against for the challenges it faces. Now, so protection, first of all. We've been seeking to protect citizens, but not only citizens, also institutional democratic institutions and the planet. In this regard, we ensured that the funds was in place and able to defend fundamental rights and defending the rule of law. Now, with all the imperfections that exist and that we must counter, it still remains that our democratic institutions are the vectors of our well-being and prosperity and security. These institutions quite often are the first target of extremists when they rise up in the polls and increase their possibilities of getting power. The cross-border projects are often challenged and questioned, often beginning with the most vulnerable, migrant rights, women's rights, and other vulnerable groups. And that's why we focused on defending democracy through these packages. We looked at the Biannual Rule of Law report and procedure. And this is something we need to keep doing. We took measures also to protect citizens within the heart of the European Union and beyond. We took important steps to defend women's and workers' rights, to protect people against human trafficking. We took measures to protect women against domestic violence and violence against women, a directive on platform workers, but also the European Invalidity Card and the European Space for Health Data. We also found an agreement with the European Parliament on products that derived from forced labour in Europe and strengthened the obligations on due diligence for businesses when it comes to sustainability and fighting impunity in Ukraine and beyond through a wide range of measures. All of these are major advances. In Ukraine, the situation on the ground requires that the member states of the European Union, as institutions but also as member states, give the broadest possible support. Now, in the Council conclusions from last week, we discussed the aid fund to Ukraine is of utmost importance. Europe followed the path that had been the course that had been set by Belgium, and sought in this way to defend, allow Ukraine to defend itself against the Russian aggressor. Belgium acted as a facilitator for the discussions to pave the way for Ukrainian accession to the European Union, and soon we will be holding an informal council meeting where a railway cooperation agreement will be signed. Now, regarding the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, with disproportionate military retaliation against the backdrop of the Hamas attacks. Belgium is pleased that finally call for a lasting ceasefire has been issued. But we must go further. We need to do everything in our power to put an end to this massacre of innocent lives and ensure that fundamental rights are respected. And these are the preconditions for a lasting peace to be achieved in the region and beyond. Reinforcing. We needed to protect threatened democracy and victims. We need to support those who are vulnerable, but at the same time we also need to strengthen our societies and build resilience in our societies against war or against the challenges linked to climate change and global warming. The European Union adopted its Green Deal at the start of the parliamentary term, encouraging member states to invest for the future. We need to be attentive to ensure that all new new revisions of legislation, such as the MFF revision, will not represent a departure from this course that's been set to try and face up to the challenge. So we have the zero net emissions challenge and objective that was adopted under the Belgian presidency is all in line with this wider objective to try and protect against climate change. We also need to look at international financial crimes and dealing with money laundering, the package on money laundering. And finally, we also launched the European Ports Alliance, a cooperation between governments and port authorities to try and combat organised crime and strengthen European cybersecurity systems.
Finally, we have to prepare for the future, protect and strengthen our union, and our presidency has also tried to face up to future challenges in the best way possible. One of the key challenges we're facing is climate change and its devastating impacts, which are increasingly visible with droughts, for example, which are having human and environmental consequences that are increasingly visible and costly. That's why we are working together to finalise the remaining files under the Green Deal, such as the new heavy vehicles emissions directive and urban wastewater treatment directives. We've also looked at the regulation on packaging. We want to ensure a fair transition for all, with specific attention paid to the role and importance of farmers and European farmers in our food autonomy and protecting biodiversity. Therefore, we pursued the objective of European harmonised food policy that without compromising the well-being of our animals and plants products, and also focusing on the need of fair prices for both producers and consumers. Most specifically, when it comes to my competences as the Belgian Minister for Mobility, we concluded an agreement between the Commission, Council and Parliament, which will have a major impact on the future of our mobility. Just a few points. We managed to finalise the Single European Sky regulation, which as we await carbon neutrality in the aviation sector 2050, we will at least cut emissions. We also have the new directive on European transport, cross-border information on road infringements linked to road safety, or the first interinstitutional declaration on bikes, which is key for mobility, health and the European economy of the future. Our ambition is to lay the ground for the future when it comes to European mobility policies. To do that, we need a modal shift towards more sustainable and environmentally friendly types of mobility, collective mobility and rail. Rail services should be free to run day and night throughout Europe to transport goods and passengers by train. These topics, active mobility and connectivity, will be at the heart of the informal council next week in Brussels. We have also looked at how we can ensure a future single market and labour market. The Council has worked with the Commission and European social partners, and in Val d'Uchesse we signed a tripartite declaration for a European social dialogue. We have to fight social dumping, particularly when it comes to transport, and also to improve working conditions. That will help to encourage prosperity for businesses, creating quality goods and services. And at the same time, we are very much interested to hear the publication of the future of the single market, which should be published quite soon by Enrico Letta. Finally, we have followed the expansion process, the enlargement process, and are encouraged by the progress made by accession countries in aligning further with our criteria, the Copenhagen criteria, and of course we've paid specific attention to Moldova, Bosnia and Ukraine. Of course, our presidency also aims to contribute to high-level initiatives that will help to set out the position and the evolution of the EU in the medium to future term. The European Strategic Agenda was adopted by the Council in June 2023. Before the new Parliament and creation of a new Commission, this will be a key position when it comes to putting together our vision for the future. We'll be looking at what we have achieved over the last 5 years and the future challenges that we face. The European Union and its member states have achieved progress, significant progress, often in response to crises. We have seen tangible progress in a number of areas, but there are still a number of challenges we face, particularly climate change and energy autonomy. The future strategy has to be adapted to a world that is facing an increasing number of challenges. We cannot do this to the detriment of democracy that we have to continue to work on. So enlargement has to go hand in hand with reform of the EU. When it comes to democracy, the EU and its institutions should protect its institutions. The new Commission has to improve robustness of procedures for all member states, including through new methods. The EU finally has to ensure that it is a signatory to the Charter of Fundamental Rights and the Court of Human Rights. The Green Deal is key to technological and competitive leadership. Our policy has to focus on digitalisation and innovation, decarbonisation and developing renewable energies, energy efficiency and resource use efficiency, reuse, circularity and adapting to climate change. Inequality threatens cohesion within our societies and leads to a rise of extremism and enemies of democracy. The new Commission will have to work on a strong social agenda for the 2024-29 period, with a focus on improving working conditions, social protection and fighting discrimination and social dumping. To successfully tackle the challenges of our time, we need to have international dialogue and cooperation. These challenges can only be solved with assistance from an international order based on rules that are the same for all. The European Union has to be a global driver, a promoter for the United Nations, and ensuring constant strict respect of climate agreements, respect for humanitarian law. And the European Union is not designed to function in a world without rules, where the survival of the fittest is the rule. We have to ensure respect for international rules because it's in the interest of the European Union. We have to cooperate and ensure that we pool defence resources with a view to protecting our populations and our territories, and ensuring that we ensure the best possible services for these people and territories through long-term investment. The EU has to adapt to the geopolitical context, strengthening energy and strategic autonomy for resilience and defence. This has to be done through coordinated coordination of our economies to ensure defence and resilience. That way it can contribute to the international NATO doctrine. We have brought together foreign affairs ministers and defence ministers to focus on deterrence through dialogue. The next Parliament will have to continue on the routes set out by the Green Deal, tackling climate change, loss of biodiversity and fighting pollution, accelerating a transition at the same time ensuring that agriculture, industry and the single market are more sustainable and resilient and can help to overcome social inequalities to ensure a dignified life for all. To meet the 2050 climate change goals, we're going to have to ensure that we fully implement the 2030 framework, and to look at the transition period beyond 2030 with objectives for 2040. Businesses, investors and governments need a coherent long-term strategy if we're going to succeed in this transition. The Green Deal is linked to additional social policies which will ensure that no one is left behind. We have to use the opportunity of the transition to ensure that we can create sustainable employment opportunities and reduce inequalities. The Belgian presidency will ensure participation of member states and administrations while working with the Council with a view to finally adopting the roadmap for 2024. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the coming months will keep us busy with European elections and Belgian elections. But an important decision when it comes to rule of law and steps to enlargement. The Belgian presidency will play its part fully up to and including the 30th of June. We have to have a clear strategy for the future of Europe. Taking on the presidency as an honour and a privilege, and it's satisfying to be able to show the tireless efforts of all of our member states to ensure that that the Union becomes stronger, capable of facing the future and ensuring a viable future for the coming generations. And I welcome the fact that this is being done today through dialogue with you, with representatives of the 27 member states, as well as representatives of third countries. And I would like to welcome Madam Ivana Klimpush-Tsinsadze. It's through working together that we can strengthen Europe for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Prime Minister, for that useful information.
The floor is yours.
Distinguished Speaker Tillion, distinguished Chair Van Hoyden-Schoven, dear chairs, dear colleagues, dear fellow parliamentarians, dear friends. First and foremost, I'd like to use this opportunity to thank those of you who have decided to take an action and who have decided that it is important that our COSAC plenary would not omit with its attention the barbaric, brutal war that Russia is still holding against Ukraine. And I am grateful also to Belgian presidency and the Troika that you have responded to this call, and I do have the opportunity to address you today. But while preparing for this meeting, I found myself basically in pain and in despair. And you know why? Because I was thinking what kind of new information I could give you in order to ensure that everybody, at least in this hall, does understand that this is our common war. And this is our common task to actually stop the monster that is trying to erase my country right now from the map of the world. And as we were gathering here today, this morning, we all have received notices from our homes. And my hands are still shaking because 2 hypersonic ballistic cruise missiles, anti-ship cruise missiles of 4 tons each were heading to the city of Kyiv. Thank God we did still have enough of your instruments that you have provided us with, and we have ensured that they were shot down by our air defense. But how long we can do that? I don't know. And so I was thinking what exactly I could tell you today here in this hall, and I was thinking, can I just provide you with new statistics on the enhanced everyday attacks of hundreds and hundreds of cruise and ballistic missiles of the Russian Federation against Ukrainian cities and towns? Or can I tell you about the number of drones that are targeting our energy infrastructure, civilian energy infrastructure, our residential buildings, our schools, or the number of churches and the number of museums that have been ruined? Or I should tell you about the number of months that we have spent in the shelters with our children over this period of time since the start of the full-scale invasion. Or I should show you some pictures of our children that are dying in their beds along with their parents from the attacks of the Russian Federation. I don't know what else I can show you in order to explain that this is not some kind of a war game that we are finding ourselves in. Some in the West do believe that this is a war game, that somehow you can rerun the level of this war game and somehow preserve your life or get a new life. No, we are finding ourselves in the total war every single day. Unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, after these recent attacks of the Russian Federation, are finding themselves without electricity. Millions more are unfortunately on the verge of experiencing a total blackout. So, yes, I continue to be in this pain and despair because I cannot really find the words to explain what kind of brutality we are going through. And I cannot find the words to explain that basically those people in Mariupol, in the occupied Mariupol, were drinking water from the puddles because there was no other water. They were eating grass because there was nothing to eat. They were killing their pets in order to feed their children because they didn't have time to preserve themselves, otherwise they had to survive. Maybe we should have spent this time better just watching all together the documentary 20 Days in Mariupol. Not to learn something new, but just to understand once again what exactly this Ruski Mir is bringing to us, to our land. And if we do not stop it, it will unfortunately spill over to your great European countries. I think it's in our common interest to stop this. So, dear colleagues, it's really, really important not to get used to this war and not to turn the blind eye on what is happening in Ukraine. I really think that we have to focus on action, and that would encourage a really more reinvigorated everyday attempt for assistance that is needed for Ukraine, not for tomorrow, not for today, but already for yesterday. You know, I'm fully aware that the time of the compassionate, emotional reaction to the situation in Ukraine has passed. And I'm fully aware that the time of the heartfelt feelings has passed. I know that the world cannot focus for a long time on something that is not necessarily hitting your own lives. And it's natural that your societies are trying to, to change the picture on their screens and to try to switch off this horror movie and focus on their lives and on their dreams. But in this very moment, we do continue waking up to the sounds of the air raid alerts or to the sounds of explosions, as it was this morning. Our children continuously are rushing to our bedrooms, asking to hurry up to go to the shelters. We are continuously trying to donate whatever we have in order to fundraise for our armed forces, for our air defense, for drones, for night vision goggles, for medical equipment, for the vehicles, for the armed forces. So we continue to live in the most barbaric war that can be stopped with our bravery, but also with your instruments, with your weapons that you could provide to Ukraine to ensure that this monster does not bring this disaster to your own people. Once again, we are, and very sincerely, we are very grateful for all the rendered support to Ukraine. But the reality is that for every undelivered air defense platform, or for every undelivered rocket from the West, Russia responds by hundreds of missiles, bombs, rockets, drones attacking people of Ukraine. For every piece of military equipment that is right now exported from Europe worldwide and not prioritized and not sent to Ukraine, Russia is responding by grabbing additional square meters of our European land soaked by the blood of the Ukrainian defenders. So real grant investment in production, efficient common purchasing along with the postponement of exports from Europe elsewhere besides Ukraine are needed already today. The goal should not be to support us as long as it takes, but to act as quick and as whatever and as much it takes for the Russian Federation to experience the strategic defeat. We call on you as representatives of the nations not to stop or lessen your so much valued support and so much valued backing, but to respond with even more decisiveness to this Russian terrorist attacks by taking a set of measures to ensure enhanced military supply and finalizing the decisions on providing the military support to Ukraine from at least the proceeds of Russian frozen assets, and finally get to the decision of seizing the Russian assets and not only freezing them in order to ensure that Ukraine gets what it needs for the victory. And dear colleagues, we all have to understand one very, very important thing. We are at war, and we are not in escalation management business. So it is important to continue supporting Ukraine when we are targeting legitimate military targets on the territory of the Russian Federation. And we are hitting the Russian oil refineries, or we are hitting the Russian ships in the Black Sea for legitimate reasons, because this way that we are taking away their military might. You know, just last Thursday at the Kyiv Security Forum, one of the MEPs present there has said, give Europeans time to understand that it is also their war. You know, one wants to burst into tears at this moment. It is 11th year of the war. It is 3rd year of the full-scale invasion. So how much time do we need to understand that Ukrainians who stood up for dignity, who stood up for their rights, who stood up for freedom, for their European choice, are right now fighting for survival? How much time do we have do we need in order to understand that this is our common war, and we either lose it or win it, but we do it together. And if we, dear colleagues, lose, this horror will march through your countries, will take lives of your citizens, and unfortunately will threaten everything that you love and you care about. So do remember that selling out Ukraine to Russia under mythical peace negotiation pretext means selling out the entire free world. No one is insulated. It is a dangerous illusion to operate under such assumptions. Right now, it is our defense, which is backed by your instruments, that is determining whether Putin will succeed in expanding the ruins in Europe and in the world. So when we review the European strategic agenda for 2019-2024, we should be clear that we made a big mistake. Because at that point, the war in Europe has been ongoing already for 5 years. But we preferred to act as characters from the Don't Look Up movie. And so we focused on very important, you focused on very important things like modern, competitive, resource-efficient economy, investing in business, people-centered economy, all of these important and very valuable things. But you disregarded the threat that was coming from the authoritarian monster in the East. And you have continued strengthening the trading ties and business with that monster. You have been investing in Nord Stream 2. You have been opening your economies also to Chinese influence and invested in Russian war machinery. So that agenda of 1924 was actually altered by the Russian Federation, by the terrorist dictatorship, which disregarded all your attempts to build a prosperous and democratic societies. So I guess it is right now the time for Europe to confirm and prove that it does care for all those things that are being declared, that it does care about democracy, that it does care about rule of law, that it does care about international law and about fundamental rights. So it is time for action. And if we are to make a realistic input and formulation of the strategic agenda for 24-29, first and foremost, we have to ensure that the major strategic goal right there is enhancement, urgent enhancement of the European defense capabilities. And in the longer run, that will lead to strategic autonomy of Europe. But that means that the security of the Union, the security of the member states, of people, should come first. In order for that to happen, the major priority, even for all those who do not believe that you are at war with Russia, but Russia knows that it is at war with you, have to ensure that you are prioritizing the Russian strategic defeat. Moreover, I think enlargement should be on that strategic agenda as well, making sure that all necessary preparations inside the Union, inside the reforming the Union, are being taken care of, and the necessary additional instruments are offered to those aspiring nations for speedy success. And the prospect of membership has to be credible and feasible, and that would be the most efficient way to drive for peace and stability and prosperity. We do have to make sure that in that strategic goals we ensure that the EU is cutting off on all the dependencies it has from autocratic regimes like Russian Federation or its partners and accomplices. We have to ensure that we are prioritizing the geopolitical footing of the European Union. And you know how it can be reached? By helping Ukraine to win and helping Ukraine to overcome also the challenge of the recovery and reconstruction. That would be the best achievement of this union for decades. And all of that definitely has to be done on a mindful but strong economic ground, strengthening the links inside the union and making sure that the union is capable of countering also internal erosion or internal blows to fundamental democratic values, to fundamental democratic principles, rule of law, that it is based upon. Chairman of the NATO Military Committee just the other day said in Kyiv, Rob Bauer, he said in Kyiv that pessimists are not winning wars. Yes, I do agree. We cannot win the war being a pessimist, but we can win the war if we are having your support and your backing. But I also would add that those who are not ready to fight are actually losing the wars. And last but not the least, a lot is being discussed here with regard to this terrorist attack in the Russian Federation in Moscow. But don't be misled. That terrorist ISIS attack was either prepared or tolerated by Moscow and will be used in order to accuse Ukraine. And don't get tempted to reopen cooperation with Russian Federation to commonly fight against terrorism, because terrorist state won't be a reliable or capable partner in a battle against those who are made of the same terrorist dough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ivana. Chers collègues, passons à présent au...
Dear colleagues, let's move on to the debate now. We have 25 speakers on our list. Giving the time we have remaining, I will close the speakers list. Each speaker will have 90 seconds of speaking time. When I give you the floor, turn on the microphone, then stand and respect the speaking time strictly so that all of the colleagues are able to speak. To start, I will give the floor to Mr. Conde Lopez from Spain, and he will be followed by Ruiz de Vesa from the European Parliament. So, dear colleague, you have the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving the floor to the Spanish delegation. We very much appreciate all the work that's been done by the Belgian presidency to try and build consensus across a number of different areas, the documents, the conclusions. These documents we support from the side of the Spanish delegation. We'd like to thank the COSAC Secretariat as well for the 41st biannual report that allows us to focus on our priorities and objectives for COSAC. This is a real opportunity as we come to the beginning of a new legislative period to deal with the conflicts that we have in Ukraine and in Gaza. This report is a guide for us in the next legislative period. I appreciate Mr. Keynote and Mrs. Tilkens for having focused this debate. From the Spanish side, the priorities we see in this 41st report are extremely important from the for the 2024-2029 period: climate, migration, and the other topics that have been included. It will be important also in terms of gender equality, the representation of women in the European Parliament, and specifically from Spain's perspective, safeguarding the rule of law. These are things that we really appreciate from the side of the Spanish delegation. Thank you. Mr. Ruiz de Vesa is next, and then Mr. Auto from Finland.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking the Belgian presidency for organising today's event, and also recognise the work of the European Parliament delegation headed by President Othmar Karas. At this point in time, we are building a strong alliance of parliaments between the European Parliament and the national parliaments to really give a push to European reforms and policies. As the head of the Belgian government said, we need to deepen our cooperation, and that's why we have a proposal for a treaty reform that was tabled. Sadly, the in regarding to Article 48 of the treaty. However, there was no reference to the proposal. There was no reference to the Parliament proposal, the European Parliament proposal. So I think I'd like to thank the conclusions that have been tabled and that have been mentioned, and draw your attention to the fact that there is an obligation to examine the reform proposals that were tabled by the European Parliament. And finally, just to recall, as the Council Presidency is present here today, it is also important that we move forward when it comes to the rights of investigation and scrutiny for the European Parliament, and that we discuss at least opening up bilateral relations at the technical level.
Thank you very much. Mr. Autor is next, and then Mr. Kobosko from Poland.
Honourable Chair, dear European friends, the future of Europe is dependent on the outcome of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine must win, and we need to help Ukraine to win now. As long as Russia continues its illegal attack against Ukraine, against Europe, against democracy, against peace, this theme should be on the top of the agenda in every forum in Europe. I hope that when we travel back to our home parliaments, we all ask our respective governments that what could we do more in order to support Ukraine. Ukraine needs our help now, and it is our obligation to help Ukrainians who are fighting for all of us. We can all do more to help Ukraine. The sanctions against Russia must also be further toughened. The frozen Russian assets, not only the interests, but the frozen assets, should also be already used in support of Ukraine. The legal framework for that must be found. We need to make sure Putin understands that there is no way he could win the war, and the consequences of continued brutalities are so high that they better stop now. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Kobosko-Mikal et pour...
Mr. Miguel Kobosko and Mr. Mokuniaite will follow from Lithuania.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, from today's perspective, 2019 may sound like medieval ages. That was before COVID pandemics, before Russia's aggression against Ukraine, before energy crisis, before farmers' protests against the Green Deal. Therefore, we want to praise the Commission and the Council for its efforts during the pandemics, with the immediate joint purchases of vaccines. We want to praise the response to the Russian aggression with the 13 packages of sanctions against Russian businesses and individuals since 2014. And we are praising the adaptation of the Recovery Fund mechanism, which helps Member States to invest into recovery and into our common future. In 2024, we are living in completely different times than 2019. Security and safety are the key words. While we cannot forget or ignore climate change and fundamentals of a Green Deal, we have to focus now on the security area. Military security, energy security, cyber security or food security. And firstly, we have to keep aiding Ukraine in every possible way, military, financial and humanitarian. Among the priorities of 2019, we had defending fundamental rights and the rule of law. I represent the country which was almost derailed from its democratic path. But the people of Poland decided 5 months ago to bring the country back to the European values and fundamentals. We are restoring the rule of law, bringing back political independence into the judiciary and public media. We have unlocked the flow of EU funds for Poland, including the Recovery Fund. The key issue for democratic forces of Europe will be to win European elections in June, and then to form the next European Commission which will stand up to the extreme challenges of today. Thank you.
Thank you. La parole est à...
Thank you, very much. Ms. Morkiniaite is next, and then Louise Morel.
Du Parlement français.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for our Belgian colleagues and for the Troika for including topic on Ukraine. And thank you very much, dear colleagues across Europe, for those 16 countries that joined our request and letter of request to the COSAC Secretariat to have this topic included. I remember myself working in this hall 10, 15 years ago, comparing EU then and now. I would say that at that time, in a way, EU felt tired of itself. I think COVID has woken us up and proved how much stronger we are together. During last period, important steps were made on migration, digitalization, de-risking policy, Green Deal, and much more. Better understanding on how dangerous it is to be dependent on autocracies. We have to continue our work on this. Russia's attack on Ukraine, the other challenge where EU had an opportunity to reach its dream, to become a real global player. Sanctions to Russia, humanitarian support to Ukraine, decisions on enlargement. I appreciate that. But I really would like EU to do more for the sake of our safety. Intergovernmental conference of further negotiations on entering EU for Ukraine and Moldova should be held this June. Each member should allocate 0.25 of its GDP to support Ukraine and EU security. Lithuanian, Estonia is giving 1.2%. To bring other countries, for example, Armenia, if they wish, closer to EU by all means of cooperation. To boost our security industry, defense economy. To be aware of all kinds of harassment that Russia is causing. For example, politically motivated actions, issuing search warrants for our citizens, our judges, politicians, historians. Let's focus on our security and defense, and let's focus on Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. Madame Louise Morel a la parole et sera...
Mrs. Louise Morel is next, and then Giulio Tesi de Sant'Agata.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you. Madam President, dear colleagues, we meet against a very particular backdrop. It's the last COSAC before the European elections. Let me recall that over the past 5 years, the European Union was able to manage the crises as they arose, and pro-European forces were able to rally together around a common aim and focus on building growth on the basis of a clean and circular economy. So I think we can be pleased with the Green Deal and the fact that it will make us the first carbon neutral continent on the world. Now, when it came to the worst ever pandemic in recent history, the European Union was able to grant protection and shield the economy from the risks. And I'm thinking here about the Next Generation EU fund with the support that it gave to the economy and vulnerable sectors. Let me also recall that at the time when Russian tanks were rolling over the border into Ukrainian territory, Europe reacted in a resolute and determined way against an unjustified and brutal invasion. We granted humanitarian, military, financial aid without any precedent. More than 4 million Ukrainian refugees were welcomed, and I think we were able to prove any statements of doubt wrong, and I think this is a strong statement in defense of pro-European forces. I think we need to really keep this up, keep up the pace when it comes to meeting climate challenges, but also allowing people who expect peace, security, and continued action in their interest to go on. Thank you.
Monsieur Terzi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Terzi de Sant'Agata is next, followed by Hans Wallmark from Sweden.
Signor Presidente, grazie.
Thank you, President. Thank you for bringing together this important session under the Belgian presidency. If I may just start with a small procedural question. I fully support the amendment proposed by the French delegation when it comes to food sovereignty for the European Union. On the broader topics that have been set out already, I want to express my full support, comprehension and emphasis of the importance of this COSAC session in understanding, following up and looking at the request from Ukraine. As the speaker from Ukraine said, we need to express our full conviction and support of what she said in this chamber. Accession for Ukraine has to continue. The country has shown extraordinary capacities to reform and to meet European requirements. Ukraine is part of the European family. It needs to receive concrete support when it comes to defence, and Europe's credibility is at stake here. If we're going to support our own defence and security, we need to have bonds for military expenditure. And then we need to look at the trajectory for Western Balkans, Moldova, Albania and other important countries. We've already heard the importance of the two reports that are currently being drafted from two ex-presidents of Italy, Letta and Draghi, one on the single market and the other on the financial implications of integrating into the European single market. And secondly, when it comes to competitiveness. And I think these reports need to be read closely and ensure that they are worked on in the future.
Thank you very much. Next is Hans Wallmark and then Zoltán Tesli from Hungary.
Svenska. Kriget.
The war of Russia against Ukraine, that is priority number 1, 2 and 3. All areas of our politics have been affected by the attack on our continent. It's not just foreign policy or defence policy, it is all areas of our politics. We, as political representatives of Europe's national parliaments, we need to act. People have questions about how they can contribute, how they can help Ukraine. We need to have this on the top of all of our agendas. I am pleased that we had this letter from the 16 countries with regards to this, but this is something we should be thinking about the whole time. This war affects us all the time. This is something that is happening in our continent. I think it is good that we are trying to find resources to help Ukraine. How can we get more weapons? How can we increase our support? We need to have a greater capacity. We need to look at what we can do. Our agenda has to also be focused on what Rusland really is. All the parties in the Swedish parliament are agreed that Russia is nationalistic, imperialistic. We see the direction that is going in, this Neo-Stalinist tendency, and this is something that we should be focused on in our agendas. Thank you.
Monsieur Zoltán.
Miss Zoltán Tesli from Hungary is next and will be followed by Anton Hofreder from Germany.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the congratulations. First of all, I also would like to congratulate the Belgian presidency for the work done, including the 71st plenary, COSAC plenary, and I'd like to wish you a lot of success in the second part of your presidency. The 2019-24 strategy evaluation should invite questions about what is at stake in the EU elections in front of us. First, we have to manage illegal migration, and we should stand up for the security of European citizens. The question is if forces that follow this agenda should be majority in the past. What is at stake if the LGBTQ propaganda should be in the forefront, or the European families and political forces that are in favor of children and families in Europe? Instead of supporting foreign powers' interests, we should support the European economies, actors of the economy, including actors of agriculture. These forces should be majority in Parliament. The EU resources. The question is if EU resources would be used to penalize some member states, or the efficient use of the funds should be in the forefront. That is the question. That is at stake. And the most important question, if political forces that are in favor of a ceasefire, of political talks, of peace, should be in power instead of those who instigate conflict. These are the questions that interest voters.
Thank you. Pour suivre, Monsieur.
Next, Anton Hofreiter, and then Lucia Tessa. Sorry, Mr. Hofreiter.
Dear colleagues, first of all, thank you very much to the Presidency for their work. Just a few comments. I think it's important that we take into account that climate change and biodiversity are all about our own survival at the end of the day. And also, we can only defend our democracies if we're economically competitive. So industry needs to be protected and defended. And secondly, it's very important when it comes to the rule of law that we really step up our efforts. If you look at what's going on in Hungary in terms of the rule of law being attacked, and elsewhere where there are attacks on the rule of law, then what happens is that Europe is being taken hostage and the allies of Putin infiltrate us, and this is all about protecting Europe. And we need to be aware of the fact that far-right radicals are often allied with Putin. So we've got the opponents sitting alongside us in the parliaments. Let's be clear about that. And finally, Putin's attack, Russia's attack on Ukraine, is an attack on all of us. Democracy itself is being attacked. Ukraine is defending democracy and freedom on all of our behalf. So let me thank the Czech Republic for its initiative when it came to the purchase of artillery and munitions, and when we should put pressure on our national governments to ensure that Ukraine gets the support it needs, because if it doesn't get the support it needs and loses the war, we will have millions of Ukrainians who will lose their homes, and we will face the very real risk of Putin attacking other countries and more people and losing their lives. So my plea is to ensure that we get the supplies to Ukraine that it needs.
Lucia.
Thank you very much, Lucia Tessa from Slovenia, and then Jan Ferenczak from Slovakia.
Hvala, Belgija, za organizacijo in to.
Thank you for organising this meeting and for the welcome. I'm the youngest member of my parliament, and I want to focus on one key message from my part. We have to be decisive when it comes to climate change, and try not to accelerate climate change in any way. Polls show results when it comes to accepting climate change, but conservatives are trying to move this problem and solving it to other problems. For too long, we have not reacted in our part of the world. We're increasingly confronted with extreme weather events. In Slovenia, for example, we're in August last year had floods, and they affected 2/3 of our country's population. There are no excuses. There are no excuses for only focusing on adapting to climate change. We need to be more ambitious in our fight in climate change, and particularly when it comes to our objectives. So that is my appeal. All members of Parliament, regardless of our political parties at European and national level, each and every one of us, we have to work together on a strategy for a fair transition with more ambitious objectives when it comes to climate change, without feeding into the waves of populism that we're seeing across Europe. Citizens are angry with us when we don't take good decisions for the future. They want a fair transition and not just populism in the short term.
Jan Ferenczak is next, and followed by Mr. Dimitrios Kouvelas from Greece.
Dear chairs, dear colleagues, Slovak Republic believes that the European Union's enlargement and internal reform process, as well as the outcome of Russian aggression in Ukraine, are integral part for the new strategic agenda. When it comes to enlargement process, integration of Western Balkan into the Union is one of our foreign policy priorities. In this context, we suggest a stronger cooperation in areas of mutual interest and intensive dialogue between the Union and all Western Balkan partners. We appreciate the start of the accession negotiation with Bosnia and Herzegovina. When it comes to Ukraine, we fully support sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized border. At the same time, we will promote a peaceful, independent, democratic and prosperous Ukraine, fully integrated into European structures after meeting the relevant criteria. It is our interest to finish this war. Therefore, we will support all meaningful peace plans for an immediate end of the conflict and diplomatic solutions in accordance with international law. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Ensuite, Monsieur Dimitrov.
Next, Mr. Dimitrios Kouvelas has the floor, followed by Mr. Georgiadis from Chairpersons.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. Today is the 25th of March, and Greeks all over the world are celebrating the Independence Day of the Greek nation. We had a revolution of 1821 that led to the establishment of modern Greece, and Greeks demonstrated on this day that their will for liberation from the Ottoman Empire at the time was a very powerful driving force. For us Greeks, it was proved that when we are united we can achieve everything, and we hope that this spirit will also find its place in today's great European family. We need to be united in order to have social and economic cohesion, a higher level of democracy and equality for all European citizens, and of course, above all, peace. Only in this way can we have more prosperity for European citizens. The recent visit of the Greek Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, to the Ukraine demonstrates once more the fact that we want to support Ukraine on its path towards to help them defend themselves against any aggression. Also, we want to help rebuild Odessa, which is a very important town for the future of Ukraine. The European elections need very large participation on the behalf of European citizens, because it is about their future for the next 5 years. We have also undertaken in Greece an initiative for postal vote, and that means that we are supporting in this way the enlargement and deepening of democracy. Thank you.
Georgiadis a la parole et sera suivi par Richard de Lettonie. Pardon.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. Our European agenda already includes a number of excellent initiatives, from protecting the environment to gender equality, even to completing the banking union and the capital markets union. But what I want to say on this day, when we celebrate Greek freedom and independence, is that none of these initiatives will succeed, and none will matter if freedom and democracy are jeopardized. And this is the challenge that we are facing, and this is exactly where we should be prioritizing. Russian aggression against Ukraine was a wake-up call, but since then we also had Islamic terror throwing the entire Middle East into turmoil. We have Armenia continuing to face threats to its sovereignty. So we do need a credible common foreign policy, external relations, which will offer support to liberal democracies in our region, and will stand up against the autocrats which threaten our democracy. And we need a common security policy, we need a common defense policy, and we need them now. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Richard Coles a la parole, et ensuite...
I give the floor to Richard Coles, followed by Martin Engelberg from Austria.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I think the fact that Troika amended the agenda just after the more than 17 member states signed a letter shows the short-sightedness of the EU. It's not something we should actually applaud and thank the presidency. It is something that really symbolizes the lack of strategic vision for the European Union. And when we enter 24-25 cycle, I mean the period, obviously the enlargement should be #1 priority, be it towards East, Ukraine, Moldova, or be it towards Balkan countries as such. So with this, I would say that delaying the accession talks is not some kind of bureaucratic hiccup. It's actually a message sent to those that are struggling in their fight for the European values, that their struggle might be in a wane. And this is something that we cannot allow to send such a message. So when we talk about strategic autonomies, let's just look what has happened for the past 2 years. The exports to Russia is on the rise, not on decline, on the rise. So do we do our homework? The cooperation with autocratic hybrid regimes is on the rise. So I think it's something fundamentally wrong in our approach, and I think the next 5 years is essential to, first of all, if I may suggest, there are still 20 minutes left to submit any amendments to the final document for the COSAC. And I would call, actually, that we include the line where European Union member states, we do not recognize Russian Federation tyrant Putin as a legitimate president. He's in the same boat as Lukashenko. And those who are opposing that are actually protecting that. I call for that as well to be included in the final document.
Thank you. Voilà, j'insiste, essayons de...
May I just recall that we need to be very strict on speaking time, and let us also stick to the topic that we're discussing. Mr. Martin Engelberg is next, followed by Evangelos Vasil Meidamakis.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, thank you very much. Just over 2 years ago, Russia's war of aggression against the Ukraine began. The EU faced unprecedented challenges in its foreign and security policy. We have had a number of sanctions packets against Russia. We are military neutral in Austria, but not politically neutral. We stand by the side of Ukraine and provide the humanitarian assistance we can. On the 7th of October, we saw the terrible Hamas massacre against Israeli civilians and the systematic use of sexual violence against women. We continue to monitor the terrible consequences and the increase of anti-Semitism in our country as well. Of the priorities for the next cycle, we think it's important to tackle illegal migration, to tackle criminality. We think the Asylum and Migration Pact is an extremely important and necessary step. It's important to be able to protect our external borders and to stop further migration. I think the EU Migration Pact is an important prerequisite for a functioning Schengen area. The accession of the Western Balkans to the EU is a priority for the EU. When we look at the changing security situation, we need to focus more strongly on this region and to further the integration process. I think the start of accession negotiations with Bosnia, Ukraine and Moldova, based on the criteria and recognition of candidate status for Georgia, as well as we saw in the Council meeting in December 2023, send out important signals, and I think the integration process will be important for citizens. We have the same criteria for candidates.
Monsieur Merayaki.
Thank you. Mr. Memerakis from the European Parliament has the floor, followed by Fernand Karteiser from Luxembourg.
Thank you, Chair. Europe during these last 5 years has met some new crises that have really tested our everyday life. So we have seen a redesign of our whole agenda during these past 5 years. We had the pandemic that had very large implications at a social and economic level. War in Ukraine, in the Middle East, we have seen the rise in energy prices, the food crisis, as well as the crisis of the agricultural products. All of these things have tested the reflexes of the EU and have proven that despite the fact that sometimes correctly the EU is accused of being sclerotic, when needed it can react. We have seen very cheap loans in order for the member states to be able to adapt to the needs of the farmers and the green transition, and in that way the EU has proven that it can act in unison in order to ensure growth. So the EU is moving boldly forward in favor of these policies. We have also seen these past 5 years initiatives in order to have a stronger voice in culture, the environment, defense, and many other sectors. Of course, there are many things still to be done, and we need, in the next 5 years, to vote for the common agricultural policy, the green transition, to do something about migration, as well as formulate a framework for AI, and we need to have a common defense policy, because 2030 should find the EU powerful against any future crisis. Thank you very much.
Karteiser a la parole, suivi de Madame Laura Castelfort, donc d'Espagne.
Mr. Karteiser is next.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Can I begin my speech by dedicating a moment of thought to the and sympathy to the victims of the devastating terrorist attack occurred in Moscow. And I think regardless of the country or origin of the people who lost their lives, we must express our solidarity with those victims and their loved ones. We know that our governments will react differently when it comes to different situations, and it will analyse and respond differently. When we hear from the ministerial meetings and their messages, we know that this is a war that Ukraine cannot win this war there, but there's no peace plan. This a plan that's already been rejected. But what is the actual plan, the path forward to bring peace? Nothing. We know, nevertheless, that the conditions are worsening for Ukraine on the battlefield. We're not seeing willingness to grant sufficient military aid to really turn things around from the US side and other sides, and we're not seeing that no plan is being put together or drafted, no concept for a lasting peaceful future, a future with security. We need to be imaginative, we need to be honest and change the discourse and the rhetoric. Thank you. Ms. Castelfort is next, followed by Mr. Gianni Cocco.
I would like to thank the Troika having the opportunity of discussing, among other issues, which are the political domain we consider to be a priority for the next strategic agenda. Taking into account that within the main objectives have been how to achieve equal opportunities and non-discrimination strategies, how to serve and protect European citizens, how to consolidate a social base, how to defend fundamental rights and freedoms, equality, tolerance and equity. Taking into account all of this, I would like to encourage the Member States to continue their reflections on the consideration of the Catalan language as one of the next official languages of the European Union. The European Union should be a space of fundamental rights and freedoms. Therefore, it should be abandoned any discriminatory approach or even supremacist in the consideration of languages. We should be aware that languages are cultural wealth, not a threat. Languages are how different peoples view the world, how we dream, how we communicate, how we materialize our aspirations. In conclusion, colleagues, for a more united Europe, more inclusion is needed. Thank you, Chair.
Merci. Je passe la parole à Gianni Cocco.
Thank you. I give the floor to Gianni Cocco, followed by Jean-François Rapin for France.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, on surullista, että eurooppalaisena rauhanprojekti.
Thank you, Chair. The European Union started as a peace project, and now we're seeing that it has to use millions of euros on military expenditure because of the war in Ukraine. This is sad. We need to see investment in defence. We believe that our efforts should be focused on sustainability and developing the defence industry, as well as the military mobility. Mr. Jean-Claude Juncker said that Europe should have more manufacturers and developers of helicopters rather than being dependent on, for example, American producers. And we need to make progress here. Making progress on integration is excellent. However, we need to be focusing our efforts on ensuring that Ukraine wins the war. If Ukraine does not win the war, then we're going to have to invest a great deal more in artillery, munitions. Ukraine has to be able to defend itself properly, particularly from military effects on its infrastructure. Thank you.
Donc, Monsieur Vigna-Giglio.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Plus de 2 ans.
Thank you very much. 2 years on from the brutal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we want to reiterate our full, unwavering support to Ukraine for its territorial integrity and solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Ukraine's battle matters to all of us. Yes, it's defending Ukrainian territory, but it's also defending our values, democracy and the rule of law, against the face of a regime that's constantly suppressing and oppressing its own population. We cannot yield in the face of this kind of attack. We must grant the aid and munitions that the country desperately needs. We're seeing the rise of China and other powers and the threats of interference. And against this backdrop, we need to strengthen our resilience in Europe. This is why the European strategic agenda is so important. We need to speak with one voice and have credible and autonomous defence infrastructure in Europe. And it's in this way only that Europe will be a convincing actor on the international stage. We support Thierry Breton, the European Commissioner, in its project to create a defence forum with 1 billion euro budget, which will help to build an autonomous and strong defence system for Europe. Yes, we need to invest more into defence in Europe. We also need to be much less timid and closer to citizens and take into account the principle of subsidiarity. We need less regulation, fewer constraints, but more efficiency. Those should be the hallmarks of the next European agenda and strategy, and it's what we will aim for in the next European elections. And it's in this way that we will combat Euroscepticism and be close to the citizens.
Giglio Vigna a la parole et il sera suivi par Monsieur.
Mr. Giglio Vigna will be the next, followed by David Klobasa.
Grazie, signor.
Thank you, President, and good morning, colleagues. Italy is doing a great deal when it comes to Ukraine. Just think that this year we will see zero dependency on Russian gas for our economy, our businesses, our workers. This has been a significant commitment, but one that we are making with energy and determination. However, we have to look at the geopolitical situation in a holistic way. We cannot deny that today there is a common thread, a red line of blood that goes from Russia to Iran with Hezbollah, Hamas, the attack on Israel on the 7th of October. We see also the situation in the Red Sea with the Houthis blocking our trade routes. Not just for Italy, but also for your countries. All European countries are reacting and are demonstrating that our trade routes cannot be touched. We're responding with missiles, drones, to the Houthis who are trying to block our imports and exports. And Europe should be proud of this. We'd like to thank all of our militaries and our Marines who are committed to joint European actions in the Red Sea. As I said, there is a blood-red common thread that goes through Central Africa, with the presence of a Wagner group interfering in policies in the central of Africa. I'm closing, Chair, and encouraging migration to our coasts. I'm going to close, Chair. We have to show equal solidarity with Israel as we do to Ukraine. But if I may conclude, we as Italy have voted on a parliamentary resolution last year with the European Council to condemn the words of President Macron.
I must be strict. I'm afraid we can't give everyone the floor if everyone speaks beyond their allocated time. And I give the floor to Mr. Klobasa, followed by Mr. Hoey.
Dear colleagues, we are really facing a major challenge when it comes to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. In the media, we often read that the level of commitment amongst the member states to Ukraine is waning. But this is an investment in peace and stability in Ukraine, and it also protects the whole of the EU. We should never forget that the war could end Ukraine if we do not manage to support Ukraine, and that would worsen our security situation. We need to think about who this Russian aggression could target next. Would it be the Baltic states or Moldova? We see that the member states are in a dangerous situation, so it is important that we support Ukrainian resistance. We in the Slovenian Parliament support to the Ukrainian people and their sovereignty. They have our unwavering support, and we will continue to stand by their side in the future.
On sera suivi par Marka Bochorivili de Géorgie.
Honourable Chairpersons, colleagues, Europe is the best place in the world to live in terms of quality of life. This did not happen by accident, and we cannot take it for granted. That is why the next strategic agenda is so important. Our European values are under threat like never before. The brutal war in Ukraine is a clear demonstration of this. Our priority must be to protect our democracy, to counter the threat of populism, and to insist on the rule of law. We must continue to combat climate change and implement the Green Deal. We should protect our natural environment and proceed with the EU's biodiversity strategy. We must create well-paid jobs by making our economy competitive, while at the same time strive to bring about a social Europe. We have to achieve strategic autonomy and address the issues of security and defence. We can achieve all of these. These objectives are not mutually exclusive. We must press ahead, and we cannot accept the status quo. Above everything else, there can be no backsliding, no pushback on what we have achieved so far. So in short, colleagues, we need to believe in ourselves and what we can all achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you. Voilà, Maka Bochorishvili a la parole. Suivra Ina Korescu de Moldavie.
Give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, European security should be the #1 strategic issue for any European politician today due to Russia's aggressive policy and geopolitical challenges we face. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the EU's biggest enlargement, which widened the space for peace and stability in Europe. We have always been focusing on transformative power of the European Union and its enlargement policy, but it has much bigger importance and role today. Enlargement is a key strategic geopolitical topic related to the future of the European Union, and we have to do everything possible for the success of this policy. Today, Georgia, together with Western Balkan countries, Ukraine and Moldova, is the EU candidate country. We have achieved undeniable, significant progress in advancing key structural reforms throughout the last decade in the process of association with the European Union. Georgia proved to be a reliable partner for the European Union by not just benefiting from its common and security policy, but also contributing to it. Currently, we are focused on addressing 9 steps defined by the European Union, and we are committed to continuing the positive dynamic of aligning with the EU's foreign and security policy, despite obvious risks and immense security challenges we are facing due to the continuous Russian occupation of Georgian regions. An individual approach is necessary, but possibilities for all candidate countries should be similar. Accession negotiations should be launched with all candidate countries without any delay. We all need effective mechanisms for integration and removal of existing barriers where possible to accelerate the process of economic and political integration of the candidate countries into the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Ina Korescu pour la Moldavie sera suivi.
The speaker for Moldova, followed by the speaker from Albania.
Chair, distinguished members of the European Parliament, dear friends, Ukraine needs our full support. There is no more urgent task than supporting Ukraine and ensuring peace in Europe. Moldova is right next to Ukraine. What happens in Ukraine will shape Moldova's future. Russia wants to incorporate Moldova into its sphere of influence without taking into account human rights, freedom of expression, and without free elections. It is Moldova's firm choice to live freely in democracy and not under oppression. Dear friends, you have guided us in the past in our fight against oligarchy, state capture and corruption. Today, in the face of aggression, we count on you while keeping our path to EU accession. This year is a year of a referendum for the EU integration to be organized this autumn, and we need to stay strong in front of an avalanche of propaganda coming from Russian Federation and intoxicating our society. And we all understand that without the strong determination and courage of Ukrainians to protect European democracy and the support of the EU institutions, we would not witness the historical decision of the Council of Europe to grant the opening of the negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova and offer EU candidate status to Georgia. Only together we can face these challenges and build a bigger and stronger union. Moldovans choose peace and Europe. Thank you very
Merci. Voilà. Erisa Çiço.
Erisa Çiço, followed by Oguz Usungu from Turkey.
Okay. Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, more than 30 years ago, Albania, my country, broke free from the communism regime to cross the threshold of democracy with great dreams, to become like Europe. Western Balkan country, as a troubled region, without a consolidated tradition of democratic state building, the Western Balkans have been affected in the recent years by a massive immigration. Albania. So to fight this issue, it's important that we must first build Europe in our country, a progress through which we can transform society, lifestyle, and institution to join Europe. A few years ago, there was skepticism from member states about EU enlargement, but today we are in a condition of a war that has been ongoing for more than 2 years on the Union borders. The war in Ukraine serves as a wake-up call for Europe to remind itself that only by being united it can face any risk. Enlargement is the only way to make Europe more united and solid. There are several instruments through which the EU has reached out the Western Balkans. The enlargement plan, ecological transition towards a more digital economy are opportunity not to be missed. Albania is ready to benefit from the opportunity given and awaits to start a discussion on group chapters. Parallel of these efforts, Albania continues to support Ukraine, which needs support more than ever. Also, Kosovo is by our side on the road of European integration. The youngest state in the region has made remarkable progress as it continues the dialogue for the normalization of the relation with Serbia.
Thank you so much.
The mediation role, just to finish, the mediation role of European Union is crucial for the process in order to proceed a final agreement between the two countries. Also, 2 years after submitting the application for membership in the Council of Europe, Kosovo...
Thank you. Voilà, pour suivre...
The next speaker is Oguz Uzunku for Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representing the delegation of the Republic of Turkey, we welcome the recent positive developments in the enlargement policy with the decision to open accession negotiations with Bosnia-Herzegovina, Moldavia and Ukraine, and granting the candidate status to Georgia. We believe that the EU perspective is a must, especially bearing in mind the geopolitical developments in the recent years. But the membership perspective alone cannot sustain stability. More than that, there is a need for a strong political will to finalize the accession process. Referring to these developments, Turkey, as a candidate country, made significant steps towards a full membership since 1999. While the EU has demonstrated a lack of political will to continue the negotiations in the recent years, we believe that the strategic agenda for the next 5 years must contain a strategic vision that is open-minded and taking into account the crucial role of Turkey to address the common challenges we face in our continent, such as energy and food crisis, vulnerabilities of supply chains, scarcity of critical raw materials, migration, as well as security and defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Voilà, Monsieur Peter Ford.
Peter Ford-Rippetts is the next speaker on behalf of the United Kingdom, followed by Arman Yegorian for Armenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As Madame Klimpush reminded us so powerfully at the outset, the war in Ukraine is the most serious threat to European security for 2 generations. And new funding commitments are important, but what really matters is delivery of ammunition, of missiles, of new equipment, and that needs mobilization across European industry. The UK has been a major weapons supplier to Ukraine. Our Lords European Affairs Committee have called for even closer cooperation between the UK and the EU in this area. And one practical proposition would be to ensure that the rules for the European Defence Fund allow third countries like the UK to participate where we have a shared strategic objective, all in the spirit of Europe working better together, including in the prospect of having a President Trump back in the White House. We've also worked well together on sanctions, but there is more to do, not least to ensure that we can get the maximum value from frozen Russian assets that can be used for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and also that we should be curbing the Russian dark tanker fleet, which is circumventing oil sanctions and also posing a risk of pollution in our coastal waters. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Et pour finir...
And finally, I give the floor to Arman Yegorian for Armenia.
Merci beaucoup. Dear colleagues, it is the second time that Armenia is participating in the COSAC meeting as an invitee, and I would like to thank Presidential Troika and Belgian Federal Parliament for this opportunity. This is the platform that addresses not only intra-European issues, but also those of the general geopolitical concern, and specifically those related to the EU's immediate neighbourhood. Nonetheless, I have noticed that certain challenges of the EU's neighbourhood fell aside of the text of the draft contribution. Whereas the European Parliament's CSF CFP report states that renewed hostilities in the southern Caucasus are a cause for serious concern and require more proactive EU involvement in the region, whereas the European Council has made a decision to deploy a civilian monitoring mission to Armenia with a mandate to monitor and report on the developments of the Armenian-Azerbaijani border, actually one of the biggest civilian missions of the EU, whereas the EU Parliament's joint motion for resolution on closer ties between the EU and Armenia states that Azerbaijani leadership continues to make irredentic statements with reference to the sovereign territory of Armenia. Having all this in mind, I would kindly ask our colleagues from COSAC member states to pay attention to the issues related to the security and safety in the southern Caucasus, either in current and upcoming contributions, because this does matter and it does affect our security environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Voilà, cher.
Colleagues, thank you for all of your words. I will now ask Madame Klipush-Tinchade to address a few words to us. You have 3 minutes. We have to stick to the times, I'm afraid, because of the times that were planned in for the interpreter schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, thank all of you who have found the possibility to underline how important it is to prioritize the support to Ukraine in order to ensure your own security, stability and capacity to focus further on prosperity and economic development. I want just to answer to some of you who have been suggesting that there is no plan for peace or there is no willingness for peace on the Ukrainian side. I want to underline once again, there is no nation in Europe, there is no nation in the world that wants peace more than we do, we Ukrainians. But we also understand that in order to have sustainable security situation, not only in Europe but also worldwide, it is important that we ensure that those ones who attack illegally, brutally their neighbors are defeated, are isolated, are weakened to the extent that they cannot wage another attack, and are punished for all their wrongdoings and all their crimes. So therefore, only having the peace can be reached only by having your common unity, your strength, your resolve, and necessity to forget about double standards and necessity to actually ensure that values are not eaten by prosperity. I do hope this is possible in the European Union that has woken up to the challenge, that has stood up to the challenge, and that hopefully will not make again the mistakes of the beginning of the World War II. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivana, pour ces mots importants.
Thank you for those important words. Thank you all very much for participating in this very interesting session. Thank you for all of your words and for your interest and attachment to these key issues that have been raised throughout the morning. Colleagues, this morning's meeting has reached its end. We will now take a family photo, and then you are all invited to the Yehudi Menuhin space, which is very close, for lunch. For the photo, I would ask the heads and members of delegations, so with the red and blue ribbons, to remain in the hemicycle. Everyone else is invited to wait outside of the hemicycle and await a signal from the ushers to head towards the Yehudi Menuhin area. Thank you all for listening.
Kijk jij met dat sprekersstoel? Gaat er lekker in de weg staan?
Ja, ze begint.
Allee. Is het volgens de regels van de kunst?
Nou ja, dat kan nog.
C'est un médecin qui vient pas de plus.
Avec ça.
Non, ils sont plus comme ça. Va a llover también.
¿Va a llover?
Joder.
Now, I would sit down to take your seat because I still have some few words.
Be careful not to fall over. And the others as well, I think will be kicked out in time.
Hej Johan, hur är det med dig? Det är riktigt bra, tack. Riktigt bra. Kolla lite hur det där mötet senast gick med inrikesministeriet och frågor kring den biten gällande det polisiära samarbetet när ni var där med Pavli. Men det är ju bra att den där utrustningen, liksom, om den nu går vidare, för att det är ju liksom, det finns en klar politisk beställning på att det ska finnas. Och jag förstår liksom varför det vakar upp sig och pratade för 2 veckor sedan senast med ministern också om det. Och sen finns det förvaltningsutskottets ordförande Maurice som engagerar sig och trycker på också i den frågan. Men sen har det liksom bara blivit stopp där det kommit till den här tjänstemannanivån, vilket är jättekonstigt. Alltså lite pengar det sista slutligen handlar om. Men vad är nu tidtabellen med den biten? Så det där vidare. Vad var bakgrunden till att särskilt parlamentets utbrott där då? Så överraskande med tanke på hur problematiskt den här saken har varit. Det bekymmersamt inte bara för de här frågorna utan också för alla andra frågor om det är på det här viset mellan polisstyrelsen och ministeriet. Jo, så är det ju. Så är det. Men det är klart att av varje gång man byter en person så finns det ju på det viset en möjlighet att lite ändra på den där liksom, miljön och innan kulturen äter upp den nya personen. Resurser under de senaste 5-6 åren utan att liksom någon vet riktigt vart det har gått till. Att det har bara och det är liksom, riksdagen är ju väldigt kritisk till det, att det har liksom bara svält och man ger liksom pengar och sen ändå minskar bara antalet poliser i tjänst eller i fält, utan de bara blir i den svarta boxen i polisstyrelsen. Ja.
Seuraavassa kerrotaan meidän puheenvuoron.
Folk börjar veta hur det går till, så att det skulle helt hårresande. Ja, det är klart, men det skulle vara så dumt. Alltså, för det är ju i statens intresse av att det här ska funka, och därför man blir ju arg när man hör att det liksom är på liksom en byråkratisk nivå som det liksom inte händer, fast det finns politisk vilja att lösa. Det är ju samma sak som i alla flyktingpengarna till kommunerna också. Att det är samma, man måste få åka dit själv till ministeriet för att sitta och skriva en speciallag för att det ska någonting hända. Alltså det är obegripligt.
You know, but I oversimplify sometimes. So, as I said to your colleague, I will say not exactly this.
Ännu mer låsningar. Nej. Jättesvag. Lovar mycket men ingenting händer. Nej, men det här... Ja, och det gäller att vara mer strategisk i de sakerna. Vad heter det här? Alltså Erika och larma, så att mycket kan man säga om det där i offentligheten. Jag tänkte bara att jag skulle vilka verktyg man skulle kunna trycka på som jag tror att ska kunna vara ganska i riksdagen. Jag tänker bara med den där liksom politiska påtryckningen som på de parlamentariska verktygen man har, men det där liksom saker blir offentliga liksom i principen. Men jag tänkte mer bara att det är viktigt att landskapsregeringen beställer SOS alarmsystem utan att vi har gjort allting för det. För då blir det sen också en sån här... Nej. Med ministern och de ansvariga liksom, politikerna, så de förstår ju direkt hur idiotiskt det är att om det här skulle gå på det viset, men de måste ju få veta om det. Juha är ju på väg ut, han slutar ju med en vecka så att det... Det jag funderar på liksom att man skulle sätta ett skriftligt spörsmål till ministern om det. Man kan ju skriva liksom det väldigt så där diplomatiskt och väldigt vänligt, men bara att det får lite eld i baken på dem för att någonting skulle börja hända. Och det blir ju inte, de blir ju inte offentliga, de där spörsmålen. Alltså, de blir offentliga, men det är ju såklart ingen som kommer att... Det är ju ingen som... Väldigt få som går in och tittar, det görs ju väldigt många. Utan det är sen när svaren kommer men också där då det skickas ju aldrig några kommunikationer om att det ger svar, utan det är någon som aktivt måste gå in och leta och veta vad den letar efter för att det ska hitta det. Men jag menar, Aftos går ju bara om en vecka, så att vi kan avvakta det, men jag tänker bara att jag sa också till Marianne att hon borde absolut besöka Åland nu i år. Men hon sa att hon är skraj för det, för hon talar ju svenska. Men jag sa att vi ordnar det med tolkningen. Det fixar sig, att vi fixar tolk på något sätt, men att det skulle vara jätteviktigt att tolka Åland. Det finns så mycket på det där inrikesministeriets bord just nu. Det är som en gränsbevakning att göra, beredskapsfrågor, du har alarmfrågorna, polisens resursering, och det som jag menar, vi också har diskuterat CKP och SUPO, och att SUPO borde finnas också på Åland, eller ha bemanning på Åland i polisstationen. Ja. De har ju ingen fast personal på Åland. Och jag menar, när man berättar om den här verkligheten så finns det ett CKP och så finns på Åland, så får du trilla röstningen i riksdagen. I synnerhet i det här säkerhetspolitiska läget. rättssäkerhet som det handlar om. Och jag menar, ska man börja stänga något konsulat så där som man vill göra i debatten, så måste man ju säkerställa att man har den egna beredskapen först i skick, vilket man inte har idag. Nej, så är det. Så är det. Just faktiskt, jag skulle sätta e-post i henne, och jag tänkte bara kolla med dig före det också, just att ta en genomgång här innan att spåra. Sanne Grandassen. Just det. Ja.
Hola.
Ja, det låter bra det.
Tack dig.
Jättebra. Superbra.
Ja.
Det var de två sakerna. Dels det där just det mötet som ni hade med kopplarna. Och sen det där andra just inför det. Så att jag tänkte det. För påsken kom ju lite olägligt här före, så att jag tänkte det. Jag har folk hela veckan lediga så att konstigt att det går dåligt för ekonomin när alla bara är lediga hela tiden. Ja, jag har precis sett sådär du jobbar och det är tur att det är 2 i alla fall som kör hårt. Jag ska prata med Purra nästa vecka. Riksdagen är ju på uppehåll den här veckan så jag ser inte henne därför före nästa vecka. Jag ska prata med henne om det här för att det är såklart jäkla viktigt att det blir ett möte mellan Mats och henne så fort som möjligt. Alldeles självklart. Som en risk att det bara blir fast med Filip Kjellberg där så går ingenting vidare. Så det är just därför som den där Purra-kontakten direkt är så viktig. Jo, och där ska man kanske inte heller tro att han är det bara för att han vill jävlas, utan han har säkert liksom en klar uppgift i ministeriet för att vara bad cop. Förhandlingsmekanismen. En process. För att det är bra för den här parlamentariska uppföljningsgruppen så den hade möte här just då. Den har ju ett andra möte och före det mötet så kom protokollet ut och där stod liksom tydligt också i protokollet och att parlamentariska uppföljningsgruppen ville att man skulle säkerställa den protokollen ska bitarna i processen. Så det är liksom bara skrivet också på ett sådant sätt att ingen kan missförstå det här. Vi var helt överens om det på politisk nivå. Och sen är det jävligt märkligt att det sen hakar ut sig på tjänstemannivå. alle begrepen soms even dat de mensen echt Ja, men Corinna sa till mig när man var förvånad att hon tror att det är så här utan att veta, men att allting ännu är så jäkla oklart med hela liksom, den processen, alltså som helhet. Att man vet inte riktigt hur man ska angripa Åland, och det är därför som man får sådana svävande svar. Ambassadör i Finland och i Norge och i Island och då fick jag en fråga faktiskt om beredskapsfrågor. Och då sa jag bara att det här är så någonting som inte är helt klart ännu, men där det skulle vara helt där ni gärna från svensk sida skulle få ställa till de finska myndigheterna och till ministerierna en fråga att Sverige undrar nu som NATO-medlem att hur har ni tänkt gällande Åland i de här frågorna? Vad blir vårt ansvar där nu som ny NATO-allierad? För att det skulle kunna vara helt bra att bara ställa en sån här öppen och snäll och artig fråga. För det kan liksom få saker att börja hända, för det var ju det som fick det där försvarsministeriet att skapas. Liksom är min bedömning i alla fall att den kom via att Sverige frågade Finland och så hade inte försvarsministeriet då koll på det och så fick man börja jobba med det. Ska man evakuera Åland så ska man inte evakuera Finland utan till Sverige såklart. Ja, men man öppnar ju för den och det sker ju ett samarbete uppe i Tornedalen. Och det är ju just baserat grundlagsutskottet och det handlar ju om att verkligt stora befogenheter som för polisen, gränsöverskridande polisverksamhet. Men från Finland finns det ju misstänksamhet mot svenskarnas sida där för att Sverige har bara en polisbil i hela liksom, Norrbotten och Finland har 4 polisbitar och man är liksom misstänksam att kommer det här betyda att Sverige också drar bort den sista polisbilen därifrån. Men så det lyftes av riksdagens talman när han var i Sverige för 2 veckor sedan och då hade vi ett möte också med polischefen i Sverige och då lyftes den här frågan. Men där fanns också möjligheter till diskussion så jag passade på då att jag ska kunna skicka de där namnen på vad de där hette som vi träffade. Och jag tänkte jag skulle skicka det till Pavli också. Både jag bara inte kunde göra det. Och just att när man inte har assistenter med på det mötet så ingen som kan göra de där sakerna, man måste göra allting själv. Nej, exakt. Men i alla fall, så då lyfter jag den där frågan att alltså för det handlar om den organiserade tunga brottsligheten. Och jag sa bara att det bilderna som Pavli har sagt att det finns en risk att Åland blir en sån här mötesplats eller viloplats för vissa tunga kriminella. Eller då gäller det ju att det funkar. Och så passar jag på att säga det liksom att skyddspolisen har ju ingen närvaro på Åland, så tittar jag på vår generalsekreterare Antti Peltari, för han var också med där. Och vi har ju pratat alltid många gånger om det här och nu kom det igen, då tänkte jag. Och centralkriminalpolisen har ingen heller liksom permanent personal. Och då sa den där polischefen, eller biträdande polischefen, att jag har jobbat mycket med Åland för att han har varit liksom chef för Norrtäljepolisen tidigare. Men det arbetet sa han var bara då på den tiden case by case. Och inte liksom ett formaliserat samarbete. Men han ska ta det. Han hade 4 assistenter med sig, så de skrev allihopa. Han sa att han ska ta ut den här frågan nu i rätten och se liksom hur det här är fixat och sen hitta eventuella åtgärder. Så det tänkte jag bara som, man måste passa på alla forum som finns. Och sen är det ju så sunt när riksdagens talman och där sitter en massa andra liksom, som inte heller riktigt kan de här frågorna, så hör de hur Sveriges liksom reagerar på det. Så börjar folk känna sådär, det här är inte så bra löst från finsk sida. Så det har ju liksom dubbel betydelse när man är med delegationen. Att man kan lyfta sådana saker som inte annars riktigt kan lyftas.
Ce podes? Где дауем? Где дауем? Adon niet? Als je al kan. Had je dan kan? Het is
la ligne elle est là. Sinon, les gars, on va demander.
Pitches, ok, ça va. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 3, 3. 5.
Today,
and last one, 6.
Kosovo is the only country in the Western Balkans that has been granted the status of a candidate country for the EU. We also respect the position of the EU and some member states regarding Kosovo, even though it's Kosovo is like obliged, but not the only Kosovo. Kosovo like. Today in the state of Kosovo. Hi, Ted. Hi, Isabel. Hova? Veš mi čušati? Today, dear chairmen, dear colleagues, today the state of Kosovo is the only country in the world.
hogy Okay, I'm now speaking on channel 2.
Et je mets bien, je respecte bien l'ordre du document. Chers collègues,
good afternoon, colleagues. In this second session, we will be looking in more detail at gender equality policies and the representation of women and men in national parliaments in the European Union. Women and men each constitute half of the global population. There is therefore no reason to discriminate against either of those groups. They need to be treated on an equal footing. Gender equality is a fundamental and universal right. It needs to be incorporated into all aspects of public life in order to build a society which is fairer, more inclusive, more open, and more respectful of human dignity. In politics, the equal participation and involvement of women and men is essential for democracy, justice, social progress, and good governance. It's therefore key that gender equality be promoted in the political and administrative workings of parliaments in the member states of the European Union. The representation of women is getting better, but change has been slow. We can't be content with this progress given the fact that our society is constantly evolving. Specific commitments to gender equality in all areas of political life, such as equal access to political office, fighting gender stereotypes, equal and meaningful participation in at all levels of governance, as well as transparency by means of statistics on the representation of men and women within democratic institutions. These are all of the principles and targets that will allow us to put gender equality in politics into practice. In Belgium, together with my colleague, the President of the Senate, together with our departments, we carried out a cross-cutting screening which was unprecedented, looking at all aspects of parliamentary life and the internal workings of the Belgian parliament based on gender. And the results of this show how necessary it is to have more determination to achieve more equality. And based on that, we developed a strategy and we put forward recommendations. These have been put into a gender plan, and very soon they will be put into focused on the gender perspective. For example, we have changed the statute for staff, taking into account the gender perspective in internal promotions. And also, there's the issue of candidates in the service. There's also a parliamentary mission that is being reviewed to ensure diversity in parliamentary delegations. Today, we're all here today, and we need to work hand in hand. We need to show commitment towards reforms and towards strengthening participation of women at all levels. I hope that from these exchanges we will see relevant and innovative projects to improve participation of women and also move towards a more balanced and more respectful society. I also encourage you strongly to support the joint declaration for a commitment to more gender-sensitive parliaments, and the COSAC contribution will be an integral part of this. The final text will be sent to you once we've finalised our work. I call on all of the delegations to co-sign this delegation. I'm counting on your full and honest support. As Tulia Axon said, who's president of the IPU and the Speaker of the Parliament in the United Republic of Tanzania, more women in Parliament means more inclusive and representative institutions. This means stronger and healthier democracies. We need to encourage young women and girls that although it's a tough job, they deserve to have a seat at the table, to become decision makers, and to help improve people's lives through their work. And that's the end of the quote. Before we hear from our key speakers in this session, I'd like to give the floor to the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat, who will present the results of the biannual report on the gender policy chapter. Thank you very much in advance, Mr. Chauvel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Honourable Chair, Madam State Secretary, guests, honourable members. The second chapter of the biannual report of COSAC is precisely on this topic that will be debated here today now, gender policy and the representation of women and men in Parliament. Let me highlight a few findings from the report. In the first several questions of the second chapter, Parliaments and Chambers were asked to provide some statistics on the percentages of males and females in Parliament, both on a political level and on an administrative level. And on the political level, the results of the questionnaire presented in the report indicate that on average, among those parliaments and chambers who replied, 32% of members of Parliament are female. The percentage of females ranges from 14% to 46%. The percentages of male members is naturally reverse of these numbers. Looking instead at the percentages of male and female committee chairs, the average among those who replied is that 28 are female. 28%, sorry, not 28 people. Here there's a wider span between respondents that ranges between no female chairs at all to 62% of chairs being female. On the administrative side, I will here limit myself to noting that on a general management level within the different administrations, on average among the replies received, approximately 49% of managers are female, and that the percentage of females in management positions ranges from 28 to 87%. Lastly, I will conclude by noting that this chapter also contained a few other findings. For example, parliaments and chambers were asked if they have a gender policy, to which 21 out of 37 replied that they did not. And similarly, parliaments and chambers were asked if they carried out a gender audit, to which the vast majority replied no. And I would also finally mention that those parliaments and chambers who had carried out an audit or who did have a gender policy also supplied some supplementary information about the content of those that you can find in the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chauvel. Chers collègues,
Colleagues, you can already request the floor by pressing the button with an eye on it. You should see a small V appear. This means that your name has been registered, and we'll be able to give you the floor when we have the exchange of views. When we give you the floor, you should turn on your microphone and stand up. Your microphone will start working as soon as the red light is on. I'm particularly happy now to be able to present to you the key speakers for this session. The first speaker, whom I have the honour to present to you, is Ms. Marie-Colline Leroy. Madame Leroy is currently the Secretary of State for Equality of Opportunities, Gender Equality and Diversity within the Belgian federal government. Ms. Leroy, who graduated in Romance languages and as a teacher, has throughout her political career worked as a member of the Party of the Greens, Écolo, on matters relating to employment, pensions and the statute for artists and self-employed workers. She's also paid particular attention to matters relating to education, gender and equality. As chair of the Committee of Social Affairs, Employment and Pensions in the Chamber of Representatives in Belgium, she has shown commitment to fairer social security. As Secretary of State, Marie-Colline Leroy intends to continue the fight against violence against women and on gender minorities. She works actively to create a more inclusive and fairer environment for everybody, and is committed to fostering equality of opportunities, fighting discrimination, and promoting gender equality in Belgium. Secretary of State, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Please come here and speak at the front. Thank you.
Chers ministres, chers collègues, distingués représentants et représentants.
Dear ministers, colleagues, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to see so many of you here today. I'd especially like to thank Ms. Eliane Tillieu, who's Speaker of the Chamber of Representatives, and Senator Gaetan van Goitsenhoven for inviting me to speak on gender policy and representation of women and men in parliaments. We're approaching a pivotal moment on the eve of future Belgian and European elections. Right now, in Belgian and European parliaments, women only make up 40% of the elected, which leads to a fundamental question. How can we continue to strengthen the role of women in politics? To do this, it's probably useful to look at the obstacles women face before they have access to leadership positions, so that they are able afterwards to propose fair, long-term and useful solutions. We notice that women continue to face obstacles in career progression. This is the case in the professional world in general. Women make up 60% of graduates, but they only make up 20% of the top management of companies. There are many reasons for this, and we know them. Perhaps some of you have lived them, actually. Stereotypes starting from professional training, during recruitment, unequal split of household duties, which leads more women than men to work part-time and to receive lower salaries. This is why we still have this so-called glass ceiling or sticky floor, which means that women are stuck in lower positions than men from the beginning of their career. This means that access to leadership positions is a greater challenge for women. There are other discriminatory criteria, for example, people who are women but might also have a disability or who are from a migrant background. So what are the specific difficulties facing women in the political context? Women suffer 3 times more violent sphere than men, according to the European Commission. This can happen online, in person, in the day-to-day, in formal exchanges or informal ones. And worse things can happen as well, but the result is the same. This creates an environment which is hostile to women advancing in their career in politics. How can we try to remedy this structural inequality? Well, we can dream of society naturally advancing towards parity and equality. So we need to bear in mind history and political history to remember that parity has been a real fight in Belgium, Belgian politics, starting with 1994, where the lists for the elections needed to have at least 2/3 of the members of the same sex. This created a system of quotas, which turned out to be the most practical way of creating a balance between men and women in the Belgian political world, and to fight conservative patriarchal norms. There are still also people who women need to feminize themselves when they appear in the media. I don't think it's going to be shocking when I bring up a parity government, which used to exist, but that's no longer the case in the Kern, which is the inner cabinet of the Prime Minister. There are also few regulatory levers to act against people who are acting abusively. and online they're becoming increasingly violent. I'm thinking about the open letter which was published in November 2022 in Le Soir de Standard, which was signed by 120 elected representatives and political staff. It suggested female representatives have access to spaces where they can be listened to and have access to spaces of well-being. There's no killing blow, but there are ways to improve the situation. But there are also ways of integrating women in politics that need to be rolled out on a societal level. For example, it's important to raise awareness among young people. I'm convinced that deconstruction of gender stereotypes can begin from a very early age to raise awareness among the generations of tomorrow, to open their eyes, their points of view, to stop women being boxed in to certain careers, and to do away with masculinity being a synonym of competence and leadership. Federally, we're working to integrate this through the gender mainstreaming plan, which contains 180 measures which seek to reduce or eliminate inequality between men and women. Structural policy is what is needed, and it's also by standing together and creating alliances at every level of power to make this matter of equality more important. As Belgium is currently leading the EU Council Presidency, we're also working on European level. We're working with Hungary and Spain as a trio to promote the transformative approach to equality, and we actually signed a declaration on the 26th and 27th of February. Belgium wants to stimulate the creation of a gender agenda to create more equality even in an institutional framework. This way, violence, fighting against gender-based violence has become a very important topic, as well as reducing the gender wage gap and including women in decision-making. This diplomatic work will continue in a formal council dedicated to gender next May. About cyber violence, which I brought up before, I welcome the AI directive, which is proposed by the EU and which seeks to regulate online violence in the same way that it regulates offline violence. This way it integrates a gender perspective to deal with matters of hatred and violence against women online. To conclude, I'd like to come back to the question of why. Why do we need to reinforce and ensure the place of women in politics? And why is this still a question in 2024? It seems paradoxical to consider decision-making which will impact all of the population if you're ignoring 50% of them. I'm convinced that diversity and representation, as well as female leadership, are sources of progress for society as a whole. To draw as proof, I'd like to quote a study by Graydon Enterprises, which shows that staff in companies with gender parity have a much lower risk of burnout, and that there is a lot of that you can see that resilience in companies is correlated to gender equality. So we can be inspired by this information to say that women are real added value. Our responsibility globally is to keep guaranteeing to women the right to live their full skill and ability. And that's the condition for true equality, which is the source and the way in which progress can work in society. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Leroy.
Thank Thank you, Ms. Leroy. Now I suggest we listen to Ms. Latifa Gahouchi, a Belgian senator, head of the Committee on Gender Equality in the Belgian Senate. Ms. Gahouchi, socialist, who is head of the, who has been chosen by the French-speaking community. She has been an activist since a very young age. She has a degree in intercultural mediation. She used to be in the Wallonian Parliament, and she has put forward a lot of resolutions which touch on matters of rights, protection, and well-being of women, but also on matters of sexual violence against women. She wants to ensure more representation of women and girls in studies and in jobs related to STEM, and also with matters related to abortion. She has also invested a lot of work into energy poverty and its relation to gender, fight against monetary violence in couples, and more recently in a resolution seeking to create a resolution around menopause. She has a lot of conviction. She fights for what she believes in, and she does so unfailingly. She wants the citizens' voices to be heard. So, Madam Senator Latifa, you have 10 minutes to speak, and I invite you to go up to the stage. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honour for me to take part today in this round table on gender policy and the representation of women and men in our parliaments. I sincerely thank the organisers of the COSAC plenary meeting for giving me the opportunity to speak in my capacity as a member of the Belgian Regional Parliament, but also, and above all, as the chair of the Belgian Senate's Advisory Committee on Equal Opportunities for Men and Women. The issue of gender policy and the balanced representation of women and men in parliaments is fundamental to a truly inclusive and representative democracy. I would therefore like to take this opportunity today to share with you some thoughts on the challenges that women parliamentarians face on a daily basis, to take stock of the measures put in place in Belgium to move towards equal representation in political institutions, to briefly mention the situation in Europe and around the world, and to address the issue of female leadership. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which celebrated its 75th anniversary last year, unambiguously proclaims the principle of equality between men and women. Yet, in many parliaments around the world, this equality remains an objective to be achieved rather than a tangible and effective reality. The challenges facing women parliamentarians are many and complex. Firstly, there are the persistent cultural and social obstacles both within political parties and in society at large. Gender stereotypes and social expectations very often limit women's opportunities to enter politics and progress in their parliamentary careers. Finally, women often have to juggle family and professional responsibilities to a greater extent than men, which can unfortunately act as a brake upon their political activity. To refer to my own country for a moment, Belgium can be considered a pioneer in terms of its institutions for fighting for gender equality. We have a large number of women MPs and ministers at all levels of government in the regions and communities, as well as at federal level. Recently, Belgium reached a number of historic milestones I'm thinking particularly of a first woman Prime Minister from 2019 to 2020, a federal government with full gender equality since October 2020. For the first time, 2 women as presiding officers of the House, Eliane Tillier and Madame Dawes in the Senate. In the House, it is the first time a woman has occupied the perch of the Speaker in the chamber. I think we can continue to celebrate all this whilst also keeping an eye on what we believe the future enhanced role of women can be in Belgian political life and in society in general. As far as equal representation is concerned, Belgium has adopted 3 pieces of legislation to ensure the equal presence of men and women on lists for legislative, European and regional elections. Those 3 laws were adopted in 2002. 17th June 2002, ensuring the equal presence of women and men on candidate lists for elections to the European Parliament. Equal representation of men and women on candidate lists for elections to the federal legislative chambers and the Council of the German-speaking community. And a special law ensuring the equal presence of men and women on candidate lists for elections to the Walloon Regional Council, the Flemish Council, and the Council of the Brussels Capital Region. Quotas are also an important tool for promoting the participation of women in politics. In Belgium, some regions have adopted mandatory quotas for local elections, which has helped to increase the presence of women on municipal and provincial councils. In Wallonia, the decree on diverse representation now requires at least 1/3 of local councillors to be either women or men. At the last local elections in 2018, just over 38% of local councillors in Wallonia were women. So there's still a lot of work to be done. We'll see where this percentage stands the day after the local elections in October 2024, won't we? Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of gender equality in politics, I would also like to discuss with you some key data from the IPU's 2022 report, Women in Parliament in 2022. By the end of 2022, only less than 1/3 of lower or single houses had the percentage of seats won by women reached or exceeded 30%. In 64 countries, women held at least 30% of the seats in the lower or single house at the end of that same year. On a global scale, the average proportion of women as presiding officers of parliaments had reached 22.7%. However, this figure was lower than the overall percentage of women parliamentarians. I think it is also important to recognise that the representation of women in politics is not just a question of numbers or quotas. It is also about promoting genuine equality of opportunity and ensuring that women's voices and concerns are heard and taken into account in the decision-making process. This requires not only greater participation by women in political bodies, but also a more profound cultural change to eliminate gender bias and systemic discrimination. Women parliamentarians face a unique set of challenges in exercising their mandate. I mentioned this in the introduction to my speech. Women often have to face sexist behaviour and prejudice from their male colleagues, which can make their work more difficult and less rewarding. What's more, women are often underrepresented in leadership positions, both in parliaments and in political party bodies, which in turn then limits their ability to influence decisions and shape the political agenda. It is therefore imperative that we put in place concrete measures to support and promote the participation of women in politics. This means raising awareness of gender issues, training candidates and elected representatives in equality issues, and creating an inclusive and respectful working environment. We must also encourage political parties to adopt recruitment and promotion policies which promote diversity and gender equality, because female leadership brings unique perspectives, particular skills and different leadership styles that enrich and strengthen collective decision making. Our presence in positions of power and influence helps to better reflect the diversity and plurality of our societies, but it also contributes to the creation of more inclusive and equitable policies. Women leaders are often recognised for their ability to work in teams, build alliances, and find solutions that take into account the interests and needs of all. Their inclusive approach to leadership encourages the participation of all members of society and strengthens the legitimacy of the decisions taken. Women's leadership is also synonymous with resilience and perseverance in the face of adversity. Women leaders often face greater challenges and obstacles because of the gender prejudice and discrimination they encounter. Despite this, many women leaders have shown exceptional determination to overcome these obstacles and make significant progress in their respective fields. Furthermore, female leadership is essential to inspire and motivate future generations of women and girls. By seeing women in leadership positions, excelling in various fields, young women are encouraged to pursue their dreams and believe in their abilities. Female leadership, therefore, plays a crucial role in promoting gender equality and combating gender stereotypes. In addition, female leadership is associated with positive economic and social outcomes. Many studies have shown that companies and organisations run by women often achieve better financial performance, greater innovation, and better risk management. Similarly, countries with a greater number of women leaders tend to achieve better results in terms of health, education, and well-being. Women's leadership is therefore a transformative force that contributes to building a fairer, more egalitarian, and more prosperous world for all. By valuing and supporting women's leadership, we strengthen democracy, promote economic and social progress, and work together to achieve gender equality in all spheres of life. But it is only by working together as women and men that we can achieve gender equality. Male parliamentarians can make a significant contribution as allies in the cause of gender equality in politics. Their voice and influence can be decisive in advancing the reforms needed to promote equal opportunities and eliminate gender-based discrimination. By supporting initiatives aimed at increasing women's representation in politics and removing obstacles to their participation, male parliamentarians can make a significant contribution to achieving gender equality in our democratic institutions. In addition, male parliamentarians can play a crucial role as role models and mentors for their male colleagues by setting an example and promoting a culture of respect and equality within their political parties and institutions. They can help to change attitudes and raise awareness of gender issues among their peers. By encouraging women's participation in politics and supporting their leadership, male MPs can help create a more diverse and inclusive political environment for all. Finally, male MPs can play a leading role in combating gender stereotypes and prejudices which are unfortunately still common in our societies, by challenging gender norms and sexist attitudes, promoting inclusive policies and practices, and defending women's rights at all levels. Male parliamentarians can help build a fairer and more equal future for all. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the fight for gender equality in politics does not just concern women, but concerns, rather, society as a whole. It is by working together as women and men, parliamentarians, that we will be able to overcome the obstacles that still stand in the way of equality and build a future where everyone, whatever their gender, has the same opportunities to participate in political life and thus help shape the future of our society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Madame Gauchi.
Thank you, Ms. Gauchi. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Agnes Hubert, who's a founding member of Gender 5+ and professor at the College of Europe. She has a diploma in economy and political science at the University of Paris 1. She began her career in journalism before she started working at the European Commission, where she worked, among other topics, on social affairs, the third world, and employment, as well as gender equality. And she was head of unit in charge of equality of opportunity between women and men for 2 years, as also attaché with the Commission of the Committee on Women's Rights. As head of the feminist group Gender 5+, she is an associate member at Political Science Paris. She is also in the Equality Council between men and women in the French Republic. She's also the author of several books and articles, as well as having made contributions to academic work in the field of gender. You have 10 minutes, Madam Professor, to speak, and please come up to the stage.
Madame la Présidente, Madame la Secrétaire d'État, Madame la Sénatrice.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Secretary of State, Senator, Members of Parliament. I'd like to start by thanking the Belgian Presidency for putting this issue on the agenda for today's meeting. It's especially important given that we're coming up to the European elections and there's a volatile context, which means we must think about our democratic governance. The European Union's origin and identity are in democracy, and therefore we should set an example. And representation of half of its population in political bodies is therefore particularly key. It's with a certain degree of emotion that I'm speaking to you here today, because I can't help but think of the very first meeting of the Women's Rights Committees, which wasn't yet part of COSAC, and it was held here in Brussels in the Federal Parliament in 1994. It was organised by Sabine de Bethune, who would later become the Speaker of the Senate, and who at that time led the European Experts Network and helped the Commission with decision-making. This is in 1994, and the percentage of female MEPs had just increased from 19 to 27% in the June 1994 European elections. And this increase was down to several factors. First of all, efforts made by female politicians, in particular Simone Veil, who was the first President of the European Parliament, first female President of the European Parliament. They met in Athens for European Women's Summit, and they denounced unanimously the democratic deficit caused by the underrepresentation of women in politics. This was 30 years ago. The second factor was a campaign which quite playfully called on the inclusion of women to vote for female politicians. And for example, this included slogans like, "Is it normal that 80% of the parliament shave every morning?" Or, "Can you imagine a world where 81% of people are Romeos and 19% are Juliets?" The third factor was a new concept of what's called parity democracy based on equality. And this was about not stopping at representation in name only, or descriptive representation, adding women without any impact, but instead rethinking procedures and policies based on full equality in parliaments and other bodies. And this was to promote what was called substantive representation. And the final argument was in the 1990s, the EU's agenda saw equality policies extended to positions of power. It became clear that the aim of wage equality enshrined in the Rome Treaty would not be achieved without looking more broadly at the status of women in society and their lack of representation in decision-making posts. 3 decades later, Europe is considered the most egalitarian continent in the world. And this is the fact that this is enshrined in the treaties, but also there are many directives on equal treatment, on equal wages, against violence, on a work-life balance. There's significant case law as well, financial resources, strategies, programs, and institutions dedicated to the issue. These include the IGA as well. One representative of that will be speaking after me. There's also the committee from the European Parliament, which is usually called the FAM Committee. This is the Committee for Women's Rights and Gender Equality. We've also seen a civil society which has been more united, so a European Women's Lobby. And these policies offer 27 member states, and Europe has some of the highest levels of political representation in the world. And then over the past 5 years, the Union of Equality has been bolstered under the impetus of the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and her college with full gender parity, her Commissioner for Equality, as well as the almost equal percentage of European MEPs, female MEPs, 39.1%, and also the dynamic FAM Committee as well within the European Parliament. That's also been important. It's no coincidence that the European Equality Index, which is regularly calculated by the IGA in Vilnius, exceeded 70 points out of 100 in 2023. So we're not at the end, but we are making progress. And if we look at things more closely, there is lots of good news. For example, as outlined in the 41st Biannual report, thank you, sir, for presenting it, women's representation in national parliaments is only 32% for 52% of the population. There are significant national disparities because the representation goes from 14% in some parliaments to 46% in the most progressive parliaments. These disparities are more blatant within the executive bodies of Parliament and under chairmanships in parliaments. These same disparities also exist in senior posts in Parliament's administration, where the percentage of women in management roles is between 20 and 87%. In the European Parliament, the gender gap has decreased progressively because certain political parties and certain governments have adopted quotas and gender-based lists, and we've almost reached parity. I mentioned 39.1%. This is the figure after the UK left the EU, because after the last European elections, the figure was actually 41%. 41% women in the European Parliament. Of the 23 parliamentary committees, only 7 are chaired by women, and only one political group of the 7 political groups in the European Parliament is led by a woman, and 2 are co-chaired by men and women. So, in conclusion, over the past few years we've seen descriptive representation go up in Parliament, but positions of power which would allow substantial changes to be made are still in the hands of men. The idea that new female players on the political scene could help update democracy is not new. It's not a new one. And it's at the heart of this concept of parity democracy that I mentioned before. The women in power who met in Athens in 1992 insisted in their declaration on 4 principles that I'd like to remind you of in order to explain the need to plug the democratic deficit represented by the lack of women in positions of power. First of all, the fundamental right to equality. That is, women represent half of the population. Equality means parity is necessary in representation and in the governance of nations. The second principle is a utilitarian principle. The underrepresentation of women underutilizes half of the talent and skills that exist in a society. There's also the principle arguing for their presence, that is, interests and needs of women and minorities are not taken into account properly if they are absent from positions of power. And fourthly, balanced representation in elected assemblies can generate ideas, values and behaviour which may lead to a fairer world for everybody. So we need to make this a golden rule for our parliaments. The idea of parity democracy was able to win over the European political agenda at a time when progress on wage equality had reached an impasse and where affirmative action, including quotas, was being called into question. And a broader approach, an innovative approach, started to become attractive. In the political arena, this allowed a shift from a quantitative approach and quotas to a more qualitative approach linked to the very nature of democracy in order to mobilize voters, because in the studies on the last European elections, more women voted, and they voted in particular for women. Iliane Vogel-Polsky was a Belgian lawyer who dedicated her life to equality in the European Union. And she said that the parity democracy is as follows. If equal representation is acknowledged as a prerequisite for democracy, the rules of the game and social norms have to change. This could radically transform society and allow for truly egalitarian relations between men and women. More recently, Ruth Rubio Marin, who's a professor of law at the University of Seville, wrote that Europe is moving away from a narrow framework of equality based on equality of rights and opportunities, and is embracing gradually a model of equality based on parity democracy. This model expands the objective of recognizing rights and includes putting men and women in a position where they can participate equally in all areas of life. Has this call to update democracy been heard? Many initiatives have been taken at European and national level to increase the proportion of women in politics, and this has been happening for a long time. There's, for example, women's networks, there's been studies, conferences, strategies, guides, many ministerial meetings, charters, recommendations from the Council, and even in some member states, constitutions have been revised. The Commission has focused on equality many times in its strategies. In the 2020-24 strategy, it's proposed that member states who request it will receive funding and expertise in order to ensure equal representation. The Commission also sets an example with an objective of 50% women in senior posts, and that has almost been achieved. And finally, what you treasure, you measure. The database on women in decision-making roles managed by the IGA in Vilnius and the European Index on Equality are essential monitoring tools if we want to measure progress inequality in the EU. So the right to gender equality is enshrined in the treaties and in law derived from it as a value in the European Union. And gender parity in politics has seen progress in EU parliaments, but there's a long way to go in order to remove obstacles to women's full participation and to achieve the ideal of parity democracy, which revitalizes democracy and remobilizes citizens. Gender policies, however, are at the same time the Achilles heel, but they also spearhead our democracies. Anti-gender discourse, led by extremist social, political, men's rights and religious movements, are being spread, or is being spread, in social media, and is winning over public opinion, and it's justifying attacks on female politicians and social media. For swathes of the population, discontent, intolerance, and paradoxically, social and economic inequality are merging to make what was politically incorrect a few years ago acceptable, and sexism is particularly commonplace. In the face of this situation, rather than pursuing a policy of deadly one-upmanship, governments and democratic parties must remain steadfast in insisting on Europe's values. The ideal of a parity democracy, by strengthening equality, both would update democracy within parliaments, whilst also standing up to those who want to do away with it. As shown in recent studies on gender, in parliaments in general and at the European Parliament especially, underrepresentation of women in positions of power is not because of their lack of political ambition, but because of structural and societal obstacles which continue to dissuade them from standing in elections, from carrying out their mandates, or from having access to positions of power once they are elected. And these obstacles multiply with age, social class, ethnic origin, religion, disability, and sexual orientation. And there's a very low representation in the European Union of these categories. It's clear that these barriers vary depending on the cultural, economic and political context, as well as the electoral system in place, and that they're not the same in all countries and parliaments. However, there are three key categories of obstacles that I would like to mention that can be seen in all systems. First of all, we have the obstacles which stop women from entering politics. Difficulty in accessing key resources such as time, money and political networks. Unequal division of family responsibilities, a culture of male domination in parliaments, stereotypical behaviour and violence. A study carried out by the IPU in 2019 showed that there was an alarming level of sexism, harassment and violence against female parliamentarians in Europe, especially those under the age of 40. Secondly, there are obstacles which limit the demand for female candidates because of how political parties recruit and select candidates. And thirdly, the electoral system. It's been proven that proportional representation is better in terms of female candidates being selected than first past the post systems. Now, given we have all these obstacles, all studies suggest that an approach combining hard and soft measures, from modifying the electoral system to fighting sexual harassment and cyber harassment in political life, are important. There are some particularly political obstacles, however. For example, there's a lack of political will in parties to take measures to promote a balance between the sexes and the presence of women in decision-making processes. For example, a study ordered by the FAM Committee in the European Parliament in 2019 recommended that political parties adopt quotas or equivalent measures as the only way of ensuring parity among candidates. Only the Greens and the European Left, together with the European Socialists, included these requests for sex balance or gender balance in their statutes.
Je vous demandais de penser tout doucement à clôturer. Vous êtes déjà au-delà du double.
Could you please end your speech as you're almost double your speaking time?
Donc, la volonté politique fait...
So, there's been a failure of political will, for example, because of a lack of legally binding measures. In 2015, then once again in 2022, the European Parliament called for a revision of the EU's electoral law, including the introduction of limited new rules for gender quotas on electoral lists. This proposal was rejected twice by the Council. The second key obstacle, and this is the last one, is a direct and ideological opposition to gender equality in politics. Recent studies have shown an increase in direct opposition and indirect opposition to gender equality. So-called gender ideology and the rights of the LGBTIQ plus population within the Council and the European Parliament following the rise in populism on the right. I'm very sorry for taking so long. There's no doubt that feminist activism in the EU has a considerable impact by linking the absence of women in decision-making processes to a democratic deficit. We need feminist activism, but incorporating both men and women who get involved, because it's becoming clearer and clearer that men and women need to be able to deal with this issue of equality. The threats to democracy represented by populist and anti-gender movements have paradoxically boosted the importance of democratic values and the strategic advantages of promoting gender equality. However, we don't know whether our leaders in the EU are ready to change the rules of the game and social norms as suggested by Ilian Rogel-Polski to save our democracies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madame Hubert. I would urge speakers to stick to their allotted time. The final keynote speaker of this session will be Ms. Marusha Gortner. Ms. Gortner is responsible for the management, strategic planning and implementation of the work of the European Institute for Gender Equality, the EIGE, in the fields of research and data collection, gender mainstreaming and gender-based violence. Before joining EIGE, she worked for many years in the field of gender equality in the Slovenian government, where she headed the Equal Opportunities Division of the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities. A graduate of the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of Ljubljana, she holds a master's degree in gender studies from Central European University. As an expert, she was involved in the management of projects and the development and implementation of gender equality policies, including gender mainstreaming and cooperation with EU institutions and international organisations. Ms. Gortner, you have 10 minutes to speak, and could I please ask you to stick to that so that we have time for a debate. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. I will now turn to English. Honourable President, my honourable panelists and members of the Parliament, it's a great pleasure to be here today, and I would especially like to thank the Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union for their commitment to have gender equality high on their presidency agenda, and as well as for today's discussion and also concrete proposal for a declaration for gender-sensitive parliaments. I represent the European Institute for Gender Equality. This is the only European Union agency mandated to work on the topics of gender equality. So we provide data, research, evidence. We also develop tools and methods for gender mainstreaming. And today I will speak about two of our key activities which very closely relate to the topic we are discussing today. So this is political decision making. So our agency collects data through gender statistics database. We regularly monitor the situation when it comes to the decision making in the European Union as well as beyond. So we collect data for 37 countries, 27 EU member states, also countries of the European Economic Area, as well as candidate and pre-accession countries. we collect data when it comes to political decision-making on representation of women and men in the parliament, governments, public administration, as well as political parties. And as I said, we also develop certain tools, step-by-step toolkits, and I will speak today about the most recent tool. It's a tool on gender-sensitive parliaments and action plans. So this is the focus of today's presentation, and I have a few slides to share. So the parliaments. Parliaments as the bastions of democracy and gatekeepers of gender equality should be representative also of their constituencies. So men and women in all their diverse life situations. But are they? We have heard today quite some data already coming from different research, one of this particular forum as well. However, we can say that the European Parliament is gender balanced. So we know that our latest data shows that 40% of women and 60% of men represent the European Parliament. So this is what we call balanced representation, but it's not parity yet. So the upcoming 2024 European elections, they represent a crucial opportunity for achieving balanced, so parity representation in the European Parliament. And this challenge needs to be met basically at the national level because we do not have any European level legislation on gender quotas, so it is a responsibility of each member state. What about the national parliaments in the EU? There we are lagging behind. We have heard that if only 1 in 3 members of the parliament is a woman. So we know that 67% of EU members of the parliament, of the national parliaments, are men. And this confirms the findings we have already heard from the biannual report today. And over the last 20 years, the share of women members of the parliament has improved. There is an average improvement of 0.6 percentage points per year. And what does it mean? That at this rate of change, it will take next 11 years to achieve gender balance, so 40-60, and another 28 years to achieve gender parity. And the first step to get more women elected is to have more women candidates. Our data shows no progress since 2019. So women still account for 34% of candidates for the most recent elections across 20 EU member states for which we have available data. The political parties, they control selection of candidates, and those political parties in most of the member states are mainly led by men. Across the EU, nearly 3/4 of party leaders are men. And our evidence is quite clear. Gender balance amongst members of the European Parliament and national members of the Parliament is higher in countries where we have legislative quotas compared to those countries without legislative quotas. It is also clear that to be effective, the numerical quota needs to be accompanied by meaningful sanctions in case of non-compliance, and also with appropriate placement rules when it comes to candidate lists, so that it ensures equal visibility of both genders. There is also evidence that there is imbalanced representation by age, highlighted by the low numbers of young women and men in the parliament, And indeed, we are facing a lack of comparable, EU-comparable data, which would be broken down by sex, and also other variables which would allow us to measure political participation and representation of different groups of women and men, including from those most disadvantaged groups. Maybe just an interesting comparison. So when we look at the countries with no quota, it will take as long as twice to achieve gender-balanced representation in national parliaments compared to countries with quotas. So in the countries with quotas, we can expect that we will have gender balance by 2031, and in those countries without quotas, only in 2039. And it's not just representation that matters. Women that do get elected are also often underrepresented in the positions of influence. So there is a persistent both vertical and horizontal segregation in parliamentary committees. So vertical meaning that women are less likely to chair the committees, and horizontal is that women are concentrated in specific committees, usually not those committees with power to decide on the, let's say, economic advancement, on budgets, on defense matters, security matters, and so on. And within national parliaments, the share of women members of the parliament, leaders of parliamentary committees, actually fell to 29% in 2023 from 32% in 2019. So we are even noticing the trend, the opposite trend. Our analysis on how gender-sensitive are parliaments in the member states and the European Parliament show that there is definitely room for improvement. And I will just speak about a few areas where there is clear room for improvement based on our data. So working conditions of the members of the Parliament are often not family-friendly. For example, provisions to promote work-life balance for members of the Parliament are lacking in many parliaments. Partly also because of the special status of the members of the Parliament as elected officials. And our data shows that there are 11 member states which members of the Parliament are explicitly entitled to take maternity leave, and 9 of those also which make provisions for paternity leave. So it's a very small number of parliaments, less than a half. Gender-based violence, it has been mentioned today that this is a big issue, both when it comes to online as well as offline world. Sex-based discrimination, sexual harassment in the parliaments, this requires an urgent attention. Widespread online, offline sexism and violence against women in parliaments, these include hate speech, harassment, is a major barrier when it comes to women's equal participation. And it goes for all stages: to run for elections, to hold positions of power, to take political decisions, to be politically active, and to voice their opinions. And many members of the Parliament, women members of the Parliament, have their own stories which they are willing to share and raise awareness on these problems. Yet our study identified only 4 member states in which at least one chamber of the Parliament has a specific policy outlawing discrimination on the basis of sex or gender, or a policy outlawing sexual harassment. So this is definitely an area to improve in the parliaments. What else? Most national parliaments are still to introduce gender mainstreaming into their practices and outputs. 23 national parliaments have gender equality body, either as a formal, such as Gender Equality Committee, and we have some representatives today here as well, or informal bodies such as Women's Caucasus. And 7 of these bodies have full legislative capacity as well. 4 national parliaments do not have any type of gender equality body in their structures. When we talk about gender action plans, only 5 national parliaments have gender equality action plan, and less than a third have binding rules that require gender impact assessment or gender analysis of draft legislation. And 7 member states have parliaments that do apply some type of gender budgeting in the process of setting the national budget, and 3 of these have even specific body tasked with this work. And parliaments also need to do a little bit more to ensure that there are physical spaces adequately equipped to meet the needs of diverse groups of women and men, staff, visitors, including those with families, and also to communicate about gender equality better. What our data shows is that 12 national parliaments reported having childcare facilities, but less than a half held at least one event on gender equality and women's rights from May 22 to May 23, so in 1 year. But today's event is a good example how that can be done. What can parliaments do? So I will now speak about a very concrete tool which any parliament can undertake, be it European Parliament, national parliament, regional parliament. It's a self-assessment online tool on gender-sensitive parliaments. This assessment provides a snapshot at the level of gender sensitivity of the parliaments and also highlights the areas of improvement. But it's not enough. We need institutional change, and this is only a starting point. This self-assessment is a starting point. And next step is to reflect on the findings of the assessment, take action, develop measures which would address the identified gender inequalities within the parliament. And this is our next tool, which we have developed. This is a tool on gender equality action plans for the parliaments. And this tool provides a step-by-step guidance for different levels on how to develop, implement, monitor, and evaluate gender equality action plan. So, to conclude, I would invite you, as members of the Parliament, to explore our tools, both our data in the first place, then the tools on self-assessment, on gender-sensitive parliaments, and then take action to prepare an action plan with different steps, starting with the establishment of a structure which would be responsible for the implementation of such action plan. And just to very, very final words, as it's been said already before, we can't have full democracy when women and men in their diverse situations can't make decisions. They need to have the opportunity, equal opportunities, to make and take decisions about developments of our society, that their different diverse situations are taken into account, their needs are respected, and that nobody is left behind. And we can only do it together. So thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for those very enlightening contributions on these topics. Now I would like to start the debate. We're going to shift things around a little bit, shake things up with a ping-pong formula. One parliamentarian, one response from a keynote speaker as appropriate. Given the limited time, I shall ask you just to jump in if you feel that it's a particularly specific topic for you. I shan't ask you all systematically. 1.5 minutes for contributions, for questions. Just 45 seconds for the answers, though. One speech, one answer, maximum. Do we have a first speaker? I can't see you on the screen yet.
Voilà. Nous commençons avec les...
We're starting with Spain. Better Pons.
Buenas tardes y muchas.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Eliane. I hope the ping-pong system works. I wanted to shake things up a bit. Listening to all four of you, we've heard a lot of positives, but I was commenting here with my neighbours about the negative rhetoric which seems to be tightening its grip. We're going backwards. The rights obtained by feminists are now in danger, and the European elections will be a real test for those rights and for those policies. A lot of teenage boys think they're discriminated against as compared to teenage girls. There's pornography involving children and young people, which is also part of this situation of inequality. So what can we do about these steps backward? What can we do about this rhetoric? We're seeing this with the far right in Spain. It's gone beyond words now. They're cutting budgets for equality policy. They're cutting representatives for equality in regional governments. If you don't have a policy, if you don't have a budget, wither your rights. And it'll hit women first. If you have a committee for equality, a ministry for equality, a budget for equality in your parliaments, and that's taken away, then your equality policy disappears too.
40-45.
So 40-45 seconds for a response? Okay, I'll try to keep an eye on the clock. Thank you very much for that very interesting question from Spain. We're in the same presidency trio, and we talked a lot about picking up on what Spain and the previous presidency had done. I think you've raised two very important issues there. Firstly, we need to ensure that policies are anchored into institutions. That's one of the things we wanted to do in the trio. We wanted a commissioner for equality. We want one in the next mandate too. We want all of these policies to come together into our institutional framework. Then you can see it, because otherwise it won't be so visible for people's everyday lives, so despite the huge consequences which that have. And then for young people, for the future, the culture of consent, that's going to be a crucial issue. That's going to be a priority for all. Thank you very much. Marc Angel is our second speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The last 5 years, the European Parliament has been really trying to support the Commission in deepening the Union of Equality. It was not easy because the Council was always difficult to convince, because the words gender and intersectional discrimination tend to disappear from Council language. But we won, and we used gender-inclusive language, not gender-neutral language, because the concept of men and women has evolved in the last 70 years, and we used also EU case law to see that when we talk about men and women, it's men and women in all their diversity, so we have to be very inclusive. My question is, why is it, if you defend women's rights, if you defend LGBTIQ rights, why are you portrayed as an ideologist by certain political forces? I do think there is no feminist agenda, there is no LGBTI agenda, there is only a human rights agenda, because women's rights and LGBTI rights are human rights. So how can we counter this anti-gender movement, who they are the ideologists because they are defending patriarchy, they are ultra-religious or ultra-conservative religious extremists? How can we better organize to counter this financially well-organized anti-gender movement financed by the Kremlin, financed by the American evangelicals and by many other sources from Europe too? What must we do to become better and to just say this is just a human rights agenda and there is no gender ideology? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madame Hubert for a response.
To sort of try and answer your question, I mean, there are sort of, at the moment, sort of 3 big research projects which are specifically looking at strategies not only to sort of analyze what's going on and what's the state of the art in terms of anti-gender policies, but as well how to answer these anti-gender policies. And one way or the other, it will certainly take the resolution of governments and parliaments to actually engage against these anti-gender policies. We cannot only sort of leave it to civil society organizations.
Thank you so much. Mr. Milagros Marcos Ortega. Oh, Madam. Mrs.
Sí. Sí, efectivamente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Women's participation in Spain is considerable. Before the equality law, the People's Party, which I belong to, had a president in Congress and Senate too. And in the last parliamentary elections, we saw that we were at over 40%. Now, it's not enough, but it is progress. There are many measures which can still be taken. One is not to take any steps backwards. We've seen laws such as only yes means yes, which was well-intentioned, but it means rapists are being released early from prison, and young people see these step backwards in terms of what the concept is of equality. Young people in university, for instance, are facing this, and we're very concerned about what these changes could mean. There are measures which need to be taken. We've heard some of these already. Quotas is a complex. Introducing quotas is a complex and controversial issue. You need some kind of intensive policy before that where you can get some progress, where politicians have been involved and achieved decisive results. Otherwise it tends not to have much of a result. I think conciliation can also be reconciling work and family life can also be very important, and so that women aren't only doing soft jobs or whatever, but also we see mentoring for other professional fields too. There are also concerns about equality between women and men in parliaments, which is linked to another concern in Spain, which is all citizens being equal in the eyes of the law and in all the territories. And the amnesty bill, which the government of Spain is putting forward, endangers that.
You give an answer? Yes, Mr. Gardner.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Very, very important comment, actually, that quotas are not enough. Yes, we have to have supportive measures when it comes to work-life balance. We know that being a politician, sometimes it takes full days and full weeks. That's why some of the parliaments have introduced certain concrete steps. I mentioned, for example, care services. But that's not enough. Of course, the whole the societal expectations, the societal changes of stereotypes, values when it comes to politics as such, and then especially when it comes to women in politics. Maybe just a short quote. You mentioned that quotas may be controversial and a complex measure. 2 weeks ago, the UN Commission on the Status of Women took place, and there were debates also around the political participation. And in one of the side events, a Slovenian state secretary responsible for gender equality, I have to say, a young man said, there is no need to be afraid of quota. There will always be enough competent women to fill in the positions. So,
thank you, Mrs. Christine Schwarz-Püsch.
Address the current state of gender representation in Austria. While there have been strides forward, there has also been a recent setback for women in Austria. I'd like to point out that on national level we are quite good when it comes to representation of women in politics. For example, in the Federal Council, where I am a representative of, we have got 46.7% women, which is a very high number. However, when it comes to regional parliaments, the number is quite low. Only about 35% of women occupy seats in the regional parliaments in Austria. And when it comes to mayors, we've got 219 mayors in Austria, and only about 10% of them are women, which is a very low number. And the declining interest among young women in politics makes the situation even worse when we look into the future. Many lack awareness of political pathways. Therefore, I think we must provide concrete opportunities and foster inclusive environments. While Austria lacks legally mandated gender quotas, some parties commit to including a minimum percentage of women in candidate lists. However, more action is needed. To ensure equal access to political office, we must enhance education, strengthen also party commitments to gender diversity, and cultivate inclusive environments. Additionally, addressing cultural barriers is vital. Many still hold traditional views, and they are discouraging women from political careers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madame Gauchy.
Ms. Gauchy?
Merci.
Thank you. Well, indeed, quotas are not the only way to achieve parity or move towards parity in parliaments or in municipal councils. In Belgium, after quotas, we have also introduced measures on electoral lists. So if a man heads the list, the second person, a candidate on the list, must be a woman. And so this is basically an alternative system where we have one man, one woman, one man, one woman. So if a woman heads the list, then it would need to start with a woman and then be followed by a man, etc. Unfortunately, there is a culture. Oh, is my speaking time up? I'm sorry, already over. Thank you. The next speaker is Maria Nicolaou from Cyprus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with you that equal participation of men and women has a direct relation with the deepening of our democracy. However, unfortunately, women's participation is not only limited in the national parliaments. Women are absent from labor organization and other mass associations of people, because if women are not there at the basis, they are not going to end up suddenly at the top. So we have the gender roles, stereotypes, and all of these things are an impediment for women to get involved into political life. So we need policies at the European level that will lift those burdens from women, and also women need to be encouraged to seek positions of power. However, we need all those thousands of women across the European Union that do not have the means to fight against sexism, against all of these things, in order to raise their voice, because either they are poor or they are afraid of the consequences. So we see that in reality we still have a long way to go when we have those unequal conditions of living, and we have these neoliberal attacks against the standard of living, especially of women. We are talking today about women, the women of the peoples of Europe. However, we are looking at the women in Palestine, and we need to talk about the women that are victims of war. My country as well has hundreds of women that were victims of the war, and we think of those women especially that are losing their lives every day, that are giving birth in the middle of the street, that see their children dying.
Thank you very much. Well, women are usually the first victims of war. I'm not sure that anybody would like to react to that. Perhaps I could do it directly. Of course, we need to promote the involvement of women wherever it's possible. For example, make diversity compulsory if we have organizations, trade unions, mutuals, for example, because we need to respect the balance in society. And for example, in Belgium, it was made compulsory for organizations that are public funded to ensure that we have men and women in the decision-making bodies on the management board. And it's also about setting an example. If you set an example, this then opens up the pathway towards improving it across society. The next speaker is Sia Tasser from Slovenia.
Yes.
Yes. Hvala za besedo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you, Ms. Gordner. I'd like to address you particularly because you're from Slovenia. I wanted to mention stereotypes, and there's some interesting statistics from Slovenia. One study showed that in 2022, 48% of pupils agreed with the statement that men are more suitable when it comes to running a company than women. And, for example, statements saying that women should not be engaged in politics. Lots of people men agree with that. These are very worrying statistics. I think we can all agree that we need to think about gender equality, and to do so we have a lot of work to do in education, in teaching, and in societies in general. And we political representatives also need to do our job. An amendment was tabled on Article 57 because this is about excluding women from international representation in delegations, and I think that this is regretful because it's right in international bodies to have representation of women. But whatever happens, I would like to thank you very much for giving me the floor, and I'd like to thank all of the men who took the floor on behalf of women in this debate.
Potem pa najbolje, da nadaljujemo v slovenščini.
Thank you very much. Well, perhaps I can respond in Slovenian. Yes, it's true. It's regrettable that we've seen polls illustrating the things that you've highlighted in Slovenia and other European Union countries. This is happening, and it's true that young people of our generation have, unfortunately, a more traditional view of the roles of men and women and how tasks should be divided between men and women. It's important that we look at social media, because it's really the social media which are the vectors of these kinds of stereotypes and these kinds of gender stereotypes.
Elena Murelli for the next intervention.
Presidente, colleghi.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, equal pay and reconciling work and family life are concepts that we're seeing increasing application of. But women's rights to adequate medical care and prevention and screening information is often lacking for women. Women are absent from STEM fields. We need to encourage participation in the sector. That's increasingly urgent. The Italian Parliament sees more women now, as of the last few years, and there is a system which uses a 40% quota for women or alternation of men and women. It's 33% women overall. In politics we are achieving a lot, and having a woman leader of the country obviously helps, but it's not enough. We need to achieve balances in on boards, in companies, in trades unions, in science, in the scientific community, conferences, no more manuals. We need to ensure that there is welfare in society and in companies that put women at the heart of it. France has achieved a lot. Italy has a proposed law. Two questions. How can you support women in the workplace when they're faced with harassment and stalking, including online harassment and stalking? Some states don't recognise such offences. That's not the case in Italy, but it's not Europe-wide. Female entrepreneurs. There isn't really a word for a female entrepreneur in Europe. There are all these social, bureaucratic and legislative obstacles that prevent women entering the workplace.
Thank you, Italy. Who would like to answer? Madame Hubert, you want to answer?
Si vous voulez.
Oui.
Je vais être...
I will try to be as brief as possible. At European level, it's not very well known, but there is a directive on wage transparency. There's a directive on women's access to company boards. There's a directive on the on work-life balance. And these directives are full of resources for you, parliamentarians, and for stakeholders at national level. And at European level, it is designed in this way so that we can, that means that we can only make progress if there's a holistic approach, so focusing on all areas at the same time, including female entrepreneurs.
The following is Eva Maria Holz-Leitner from Austria.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a shame that we only have such a short period to discuss such an important issue, and I'd like to highlight that to those organising the debate, because it obviously makes a difference if women are at the negotiating tables. If we talk about, for example, wars, obviously it makes a difference whether women are at the negotiating table when we're talking about budgetary decisions in the member states. And of course it makes a difference whether women are able to be there to shape security and mobility policy. Therefore, it's particularly important to have representation in all policies, not just in parliaments in general, but also in the committees. This is very important. For a few years now in Austria, we have had incentives if political groups consisted of more than 40% women. I think this is a good step. I think we need to have a system of incentives. If we see that political groups are not willing to involve women, if they don't want to do this, then we should impose penalties on them, and they should be excluded from political processes. What's also important is how money is spent. In Austria, we have gender budgeting. In constitutional affairs, this is an important step because every euro is important and it can impact on gender equality at all levels. And this gender budgeting needs to be taken into consideration even more at all levels in the future.
Qui veut réagir? Madame Gauchy.
Ms. Gauchy. Thank you. Indeed, you're right. Yes, we need to have gender budgeting in all parliaments. Here in Belgium, we have several parliaments, and the Brussels Federation's parliament has released budgets which are linked to gender. So for every single budget item, there is a line which is focused on gender budgeting. And in this parliament, we have created a he for she parliament, and I think in the French-speaking assemblies there are many female parliamentarians who are asking why we have this he for she parliament. In the Senate and the Chamber of Representatives, Madam President, we've also introduced a gendered budget. This is how we can ensure that everything will be dealt with on an equal basis. Thank you.
Is Robert Troy from Ireland.
Thank you. The lack of female representation at national level is frequently debated. It's important that we continue to highlight this issue, but more importantly that we implement policies until we do have parity of representation between men and women. Males have a role to play too, to ensure that women are not operating in a sexist environment. Historically and culturally it has always been the way of more men than women, and that's why we must have targeted and focused policies to address this issue. In Ireland a number of years ago we implemented a policy which linked state funding on parties running 30% of our candidates as female candidates. The first general election which saw this implemented was 2016, where 31% of our candidates were women, electing 22% of the Parliament, of the overall Parliament membership, which was a 7% increase on the previous general election. Our next general election, this requirement will increase to 40% of all candidates must be women in order for parties to achieve their state funding. The operation of parliaments are quite often not very family friendly. Frequently in Ireland we sit till 10 and 11 o'clock at night. And of course the toxicity of abuse and the evasion of privacy that's experienced by all parliamentarians is something that needs to be addressed. So if I could ask two questions. One, in your experience, what Parliament has done the most to implement family-friendly operational times, etc. And secondly, has there been any engagement with the senior executive of our tech companies to ensure that the online vitriol and toxicity is addressed for women but also for men parliamentarians?
Est-ce qu'il y a une réaction souhaitée?
Would anybody like to react? Let's go now.
But I would like to, since we are having a ping pong, I would like to go to give a ping pong ball back. I know that the Swedish Parliament has done a lot when it comes to work-life balance and working hours. So if we have a representative from Swedish Parliament to share a little bit, would be really good to answer your question on the family-friendly parliaments.
Yes, indeed. Okay. The next one is Adela Shipova from Republic of Czech. De la République tchèque.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm uncomfortable with the narrative upon which this debate rests. Women can vote, women can get elected, and indeed women get elected. There are no barriers to women, and more than 50% of the voters are women. So women's democratic choices are fully represented. If they give more votes to men, it is their choice that needs to be respected. Moreover, why are we dividing politicians by gender? I'm a person with a speech handicap. I'm stuttering, and it is not easy for me to speak in front of people. Why are we not having the same debate for people with a handicap? Why are we not having the debate for people with migration background? There are an infinite number of categories. Last night, the Speaker of the Belgian Parliament gave a speech where she said that the former speakers were all men. This sounds very unfair to men. Until you travel south of Brussels to the battlefields of Waterloo and the battlefields of World War I and II, where young men had to die for the freedom of men and women in Europe. And at this very moment, mostly young men are dying in the Ukraine, but not young women. The lives of men are also full of challenges and unfair destiny. Therefore, let's not divide humans into categories which splits us, but let's focus on us as individuals. Let's focus on being competent politicians that represent their voters, fight corruption and defend democracy. Thank you.
C'était donc Monsieur Tom Weidig du Luxembourg.
That was Mr. Tom Weidig from Luxembourg, not Czechia. Madame Leroy, would you like to respond? Well, I just wanted to say that from the beginning of, from this morning, I feel like we've had a lack of time to talk about something fundamental, which is democracy having to be representative of society, of an egalitarian and inclusive society where everyone has a right to be seen and whose messages are able to be heard. They can represent their lives and their struggle for more rights. So I don't think we've wanted to divide, but I think we've actually wanted to make more progress in terms of equality. Thank you very much. Czechia now. Adela Šípová.
Thank you. I would like to add one point to the thing what was said. Young Ukrainian men are fighting, but Ukrainian women are mining coals at this moment. So this was what I would like to add. Thank you for including the issue of gender policy as one of the 3 chapters of the COSAC reports. It is an important signal, not only for women and men, but also for democracy and the rule of law. I feel I have to speak here on behalf of those women from the Czech Republic who consider the question of gender equality and gender policies of high importance. And there are more and more such women. Czech women are very competent, and what more, young Czech women are even more educated. 60% of university graduates are women. The lack of use of women's skills is demonstrably damaging the economical situation of our country. Yet the participation of Czech women in the public and the political sphere especially needs to be more adequate. The lower chamber has now 25% of female MPs. The situation in the Czech Senate is even worse. We have only 18.5% female senators. In this context, it is maybe not so surprising that Czech Senate did not agree to ratification of the Istanbul Convention. Unfortunately, women don't need to be only valued, they also need to be systematically expelled from the sphere of politics by symbolic and practical obstacles. In our country, the free choices are given de jure, but not de facto. Young women are often burdened with childcare and home care after their studies, while men are rarely called upon to take on their parental responsibilities. Unfortunately, women are no longer able to catch up on their career break. The gender pay gap reaches 16%. I'm sorry. Only 2% of parents on parental leave are fathers. That's why I am convinced that adequate gender policies positively impact society as a whole and can help to achieve a better quality of life for women and men.
I would like to ask if someone want to react.
Just wanted to say that in parliaments and in the federal government in Belgium, we've tried to have measures to cover all the obstacles in terms of wage gap, in terms of equal treatment, but also in terms of work-life balance, parental leave, etc. So it's true that these political measures and these different ways in which women can be politically engaged are linked to the fact that they are encouraged overall with the general policies that a government can put forward. Thank you very much. Next person is Matilda Ernst-Krantz. Here comes the Swedish response.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking Swedish today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for dealing with this issue of equality. It's a very important issue, and it's particularly important because there's backtracking when it comes to equality, and we are seeing the rise of the far right. Representation plays a role in the Swedish Parliament. We have equal parity of men and women, but this has actually decreased since 2022 slightly. Hopefully we can set a good example. Since 2006, in the Swedish Parliament, we've worked on representation, not just in parties, but also in the administration. And not just there, but if in a democracy everybody needs to be able to take part in the decision-making process, we started a program to take into account people's private lives and family lives and how this impacts people's work in the Parliament, and how this affects men and women differently. In political life, the atmosphere is increasingly tense. Women are being attacked on social media, for example. We need to have structured work, and I think that there are possibilities in other parliaments. It's about the fact that we have seen backsliding. Perhaps there are other positive examples from other countries. I hope that we can continue as a good example. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, merci.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative. There is still much to do. This is something we notice in our parliaments, where we're trying to trend towards equality, but there are still restrictions in place, such as the status of women when it comes to parental leave or maternity. We haven't really worked on that. A female parliamentarian, after giving birth, and actually this is something we notice in the Walloon Parliament, women would give birth and then a week later they had to return to vote because they were part of the majorities. So there are still topics and files which need to be fought for in the different parliaments for women. Yes, thank you. The next person is Louise Morel from France. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. For the first time in our history, there isn't one parliament in the world which doesn't have a woman working within it. And also, another good piece of good news, on 4th of March, the French Parliament met to enshrine, to talk about abortion, and it was headed by a woman. Worldwide, women are getting to positions of leadership, but this is very slow and it's heterogeneous. I'm pleased that my country is playing its part in terms of representing women in the French Parliament. There were 10% women in 1997, and now we are almost equal, so we are definitely moving forward, but a lot of work still needs to be done. In some countries, there is only 1 out of 5 members of parliament which is a woman. So this needs to be taken very seriously by the EU, and of course the EU has a role to play when it comes to improving female representation in our national parliaments. We make up 50% of the population. Therefore, it's not normal that we don't have access to 50% of the responsibilities. Solutions do exist. International cooperation, for example. On the 6th and 7th of March, the 25 of the chairs met in Paris, and they were women. And this helps with the visibility of women in politics. And to conclude, women in politics aren't just symbolic. This is a necessity to help countries move in the right direction. We wouldn't have been able to put IVF in the constitution if we didn't have an important representation of women. Thank you for this debate, and thank you to the participants for the quality of their interventions. Thank you very much. I don't think you need a reaction. I think that was just a very positive intervention, so thank you. Anna Leie from Estonia.
Hello, thank you for giving me the floor. It's said that Parliament is a direct representation of the society. As the youngest MP in Estonia, I don't agree with that statement, because if it were true, the amount of young people and women in parliaments would be a lot bigger. Now, we are all preparing for the upcoming European elections, and therefore I would put the continuing inequality in the context of the current European Parliament. In the European Parliament, there are 705 members, of which only less than 300 MEPs are women, and only 6 MEPs are under the age of 30. So looking at the numbers, we can see the inequality in politics clearly. Therefore, I don't understand why some member states would want to cross out the positions regarding women's rights and their inclusion. And the women whose rights we are talking about, they are not an abstract collection of people somewhere far away. They are our sisters, mothers, daughters, grandmothers, colleagues, friends. And women and young people are among the most affected groups in the society by global and local crisis. We see this in Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We see it in the Middle East, and we see it in the context of the global climate crisis. So I would say that until women and young people aren't seen as equal in politics, there is a big part of our societies that are underrepresented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Reaction? No reaction. Madame Hubert?
Ms. Hubert?
Putting forward the case of young women in particular, and putting forward the case of the European elections as well, which is going to be very crucial, and we really encourage parties to actually sort of present women, more women, and young women as well.
Thank you. Next speaker is Algirdas Sysas from Lithuania. We don't hear you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, I do agree with the words of the Senator, who said that the fighting for women's rights should not be only of concern of women. But listening to our debate, I have noticed that it seems that it's the problem that only women care about. So I would like to encourage my colleagues, men, to engage in this debate. Then perhaps we'll be able to achieve better results. Well, I work in the Parliament, which is presided by a woman. I work in the committee, which is chaired by a woman. Our delegation here is chaired by a woman. But unfortunately, we're still behind the situation in the European Parliament. And unfortunately, we have only 40 women out of 141 members of our Parliament. And I'm a member of the Social Democrats Party, and our party is led by a woman as well, and she's a member of the European Parliament. We are one of those parties in Lithuania that applies quotas, 60% and 40% in all the managerial positions. And we have drafted our candidate list according to the principle that you mentioned, the zipper principle. So we can see that women are getting more and more active in politics. More and more women find their place on our candidate lists. But unfortunately, after the election results, we see that more men than women end up in the parliament. Why is it so? Why? even women vote mostly for men, because I don't believe that men always vote for men. But how can we encourage women to vote for women during the election?
Merci, monsieur. Je voulais revenir à votre...
Yes, thank you. I wanted to address your first question on men needing to fight for gender equality. I actually mentioned this in my intervention at the beginning of this session. We can't get to parity and equality in parliaments if we don't all work together. Men with us as women, and women with you as men. Systematically, women don't just vote for women, of course. So the political groups do need to put female candidates forward. So I hope that during the European elections, more parties will put forward the qualities of their female candidates. Thank you. Katerina Notopoulou from Greece.
Vous avez la parole.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I think that from what we heard from our speakers and the colleagues, it is clear that equality of the genders is still something we have to fight for, both in politics as well as in the private sector. So a question is, what would those mechanisms be, those checks and balances from the EU, so that we would have something that we could feel in our everyday life? For example, when we have certain gaps in the Istanbul Convention, or when there's a gender pay gap and we do not have a welfare state that will balance the needs of women. On the other hand, we need to have this guaranteed percentage for women, and we need to move forward with that. But what is today the problem is not so much the participation of women. What is being debated is the respect, this gravitas that is accorded to the opinion of women. So the problem is not so much this glass ceiling, but any kind of ceiling that is against women in politics. And I have a third question that is more concrete. What would those best practices be for women that have, for example, either certain specificities or are women with a handicap or things like that? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The bad news is that we should be wrapping up the debate now, so it's important for us to move on quickly and so that everyone can speak. So let's just have the interventions first, and then we'll have the responses as a whole. David Klobasa from Slovenia. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I think that often in the political world we sometimes make things far too complicated. Today we're trying to find solutions to inequality between men and women. And here I'm mostly speaking to my male colleagues in saying that, well, in how many occasions have they owed their position to the fact that a woman wasn't available? Studies show that, well, women do need, of course, to be more present, but we also need to support them. We need to implement measures to reach equality between men and women. We need to create environments where we can respect the dignity of women more. It's important for us to contribute towards their greater autonomy and emancipation. We need to be empathetic, and in women we shouldn't see adversaries but partners with whom we can share experiences. So let's fight against stereotypes. That will be far better in terms of the values in our society. We can support the women in our society. We can't deny the abilities of women. They are just as able as men, and they should have the same rights and prerogatives as men do. It's only by recognizing all of this that we will be able to create a society which lives up to the high stakes of parity. Let's be an example for the rest of the world. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Jan Ferenczak.
Dear colleagues, in Slovak Republic we fully support the gender equality strategy as well as other strategic documents promoting gender equality. When it comes to our national reforms, we are trying to remove all barriers that prevent women from effective participation in society. We believe that the full participation of women in all aspects of public and political life will strengthen and protect the democracy. When it comes to the representation of women in Slovak politics, we understand this as a challenge in terms of gender equality. Therefore, supporting women's political participation become one of the priorities defined in our National Action Plan for Equality between Women and Men and Equal Opportunities for the years 21-27. In this action plan, we focus also on improvement of women's financial inclusion and support of women's employment and decent work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Daniel Riazza from Sweden.
Thank you so much. Jag kommer att tala på svenska. Till att börja...
I'll speak in Swedish. First of all, I'd like to raise a question here to the room. There are many people here representing parties that have been facing issues relating to minorities such as Muslims. And then there's this discussion about equal opportunities, and we say, oh, why haven't we succeeded in making progress with equal opportunities? Well, it's a bit hypocritical. The Prime Minister of Hungary, the former Prime Minister of Poland weren't Muslims or black. Third world countries are facing different challenges, and this talk about feminism is much more prevalent in Western European discourse. Women freedom is a slogan, but giving arms to dictatorships, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, all sorts of steps backwards there. So feminism and equal opportunities are an issue for all, but there are double standards being applied. We need to be attentive to that.
Thank you, Pranvera Rezulaj from Albania.
Chair, thank you all the distinguished panelists. Dear colleagues, I'm honored to give my speech here at European Parliament as a member of Albania Parliament, where women represent 35.7%. But let me to share a simple fact. Based on research of Parliamentary Institute, the national parliaments of EU countries, with the progress they are running actually, needs 28 years to achieve the parliamentary gender equality. But we need to support women in politics today. So, Istanbul Convention, ratified by EU, should be a tool for gender policy. And because digital violence, sexism and hate speech are barriers for women entering in politics, we in Albania are taking initiatives to defend women by psychological and digital violence based on education, sensibilization, institutional support and legal initiatives. Some reinforcement in penal code are preparing, and all these actions are made in close collaboration with academics, media and civil society. And dear colleagues, in conclusion, permit me to strongly repeat the support of Albanian Parliament and Albanian government to the state of Ukraine, which is the example that show us we need to act more and talk less. Because, dear colleagues, sound ironically to talk about digital violence against women in politics or women everywhere, while in Ukraine We do not have just violence, but there we have crime and aggression against women, children and all humanity. Thank you again.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Sona Gazarian from Armenia.
You have the floor.
First of all, let me sincerely express our gratitude to the Presidential Troika and Belgian Parliament for inviting the Armenian delegation to be part of this very important platform. The equal representation of women and men in institutionalized politics has been a very important topic for us, since only with a proportional representation it is possible to reach real democracy. After the Velvet Revolution in Armenia, we made changes in the legal framework to reach, at the moment, 30% of female representation in the parliament and local authorities. First of all, we reviewed the electoral code and upgraded the gender quota up to 30%. Another important step undertaken was changing the law on political parties with a clear message on the importance of having inclusive representation in the governing bodies of the political parties, as we believe political parties are the gates to the institutional politics. The party of majority itself is currently working on its internal policy to introduce gender quotas in its all governing bodies. We are working on ideas to encourage women's participation in a party through the bodies beyond quotas. We believe that legal framework is necessary but not enough. We also need to encourage women, support them, as every woman in institutionalized politics needs to pave the way for the other woman to join. I agree with the key speaker, Ms. Gauci. Women's question is not only women's question, it's a question of society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Skippe Isufi from Kosovo. Kosovo?
Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Kosovo,
could you
with
stand
its
up so that we can see you?
Advanced constitution and European orientation, stands as a testament to the enduring spirit of democracy and the relentless pursuit of equality. Our journey, though challenging, highlights the transformative power of inclusive governance and the pivotal role of gender balance in fostering a vibrant democratic society. Kosovo's commitment to gender equality is illustrated through our achievements and the remarkable women who lead by example. The Lëvizja Vetëvendosje parliamentary group, the largest in our assembly, proudly boasts 23 female MPs, which each elected for their dedication and competence rather than merely by fulfilling a quota. Our current president, Mrs. Vjosa Osmani, elected as the most voted candidate in the country, is a resounding affirmation of the progress Kosovo has made in gender equality. Moreover, the presence of 4 women among the top 10 most voted candidates in our last elections further underscores the significant strides we have taken towards leveling the playing field for all. This is a clear indication that, when provided with equal opportunities, women are capable of securing their place in politics based on merit. In conclusion, as we share best practices and learn from one another, let Kosovo's experience inspire us all to forge ahead with unwavering determination to achieve a truly inclusive political landscape. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last speaker is Dilja Mist Einarsdottir from Iceland. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, gender equality is an important policy priority for the Icelandic government, both domestically and in our foreign policy. Iceland has topped the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index for 14 years in a row, making it the country with the narrowest gender gap in the world. We rank high on women's educational achievement and women's political empowerment. Today, 48% of the parliamentarians in Iceland are women, as well as our Prime Minister. Women, furthermore, chair half of the Parliament's committees. If I were to mention something that has made a big difference for Iceland's status when it comes to gender equality, I would of course mention the importance of active promotion of strong female role models. Maybe the men in the room should listen now. Another thing I would like to mention as a measure to ensure equal participation in political life, as well as other types of work, is the combination of guaranteed daycare and legislation on parental leave. This can be an important factor in ensuring that women have equal opportunities to return to work following childbirth. Provisions should also provide for the parental leave of men. In Iceland, over 90% of men take such leave, which not only supports the return of women to work, but also supports the notion that running the household and raising a child is not the role of women, but a shared obligation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Je vais demander à chacune des
keynote speakers, very, very briefly, please. 30 seconds by the clock. Last word for each of you.
Alors le mot de la fin, ce sera de vous.
My last word. Thanks. Thanks for sharing your experience, your practices in different member states, and what we're trying to do is make up for years, hundreds of years of having patriarchal systems. We need tangible alliances that will help us achieve it. Ms. Gelchi, thank you, Madam President. Thank you for including this on COSAC's agenda. It's a long fight. We've made progress, but there's still a long way to go. And we also have to make sure that we enshrine what we've already got, consolidate it, don't lose it, take small steps forward, and we will make it one day. Ms. Hubert. Today's meeting has shown us that the fight for equality is about fighting for the life of democracy and having a dynamic democracy. There was a Greek parliamentarian who referred to some questions. There are two key priorities, I think, to deal with now. Quotas, absolutely the only way of ensuring that women enter politics, and I can say that from 30 years of experience. We've been hearing this for 30 years. And the second point is that harassment, sexual violence, macho culture in Parliament and outside is discouraging to women, so we have to combat that too. Thank you very much, and it was good now. Last word.
A great discussion this afternoon. 3 points. How to get there, to get equal society. First thing, early education for gender equality. This includes comprehensive sexuality education, which needs to address respective relationships between women and men, addressing gender-based violence, violence against women. Second, tackling gender stereotypes throughout the life cycle. So from early education, as I said, training, choice of career, employment, how we share care at home, and participation in social life, in decision making. 3, it might sound boring, but this is the task of the parliaments. Legislative framework. We have very good experiences. We have heard quite many already today. So, and last but not least, role models. And here, role models, not only women, strong women fighting for gender equality, but as well men as allies, as agents for change. Thank you.
Vous avez magnifiquement résumé.
Well done. I think we've had an excellent overview there of what has been achieved and what remains yet to be done. Thank you all very much for your participation, particularly our panelists up here on the podium. It's been a significant session. I'd like to thank all female parliamentarians and indeed male parliamentarians who have been seen and heard in this debate too, and that's very important too. The text of the final declaration will be submitted for a more gender-sensitive parliament. That text will be submitted to you before the end of our work, and I urge you to support it. I invite the chairpersons of delegations to stay put as we continue with the COSAC chairpersons meeting. I take my leave of the other members of the delegations, but I would ask you to keep both badges. Keep your Belgian presidency badge, which you'll need all the time, and keep your European Parliament accreditation badge, without which you won't be able to enter the European Parliament tomorrow. So don't lose it. And don't forget to bring your personal magnetic card with you. We'll see you at the Tour et Taxi site this evening for dinner. Have a very good journey back if you are leaving the room. And to chairpersons of delegations, I'll see you in a few minutes when we resume. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, chers collègues, si vous le voulez bien, si vous voulez bien rejoindre vos places.
Colleagues, if you wouldn't mind, please returning to your seats. Let's not waste too much time, and let's start straight away with our discussions on the draft contributions and the draft conclusions in line with Rule 7 of the COSAC Rules of Procedure. My colleague Alain Tillieu will lead the discussion on the draft contribution, but I suggest that we start with the draft conclusions. Yesterday evening you all received the latest version put forward by the Belgian presidency after consulting the presidency troika. There is a slight concern in Article 7
of the Conference of Speakers in Palma de Mallorca.
So there is a French-German request for an amendment on that to make it clear that we will examine, and so we therefore suggest that we adopt that amendment. Apart from that, I don't think there are any other amendments to discuss. Unless anybody has any comments, that is. If not, then I would like to thank you for your cooperation, and we can move on to the... Ah, yes, there is one comment. I'll give you the floor now. You have the floor.
Hungary, you have the floor. Yeah.
Köszönöm szépen a szót.
Thank you.
Az lenne a javaslatunk, hogy ezt a rész törlését kérnénk. Ennek az oka, hogy ugye ez nem volt témája az ülésünknek, illetve hogy a magyar parlament egy jól mondom ezt? Szerű, mert az ülés, ez a házelnöki dokumentum, amelyről itt szó van, az még egyeztetés alatt áll, és az elfogadás módja sem tisztázott, ezért kérnénk ezt a részt törölni, ezt így nem tudjuk támogatni.
Can you hear me? Can you hear the interpretation?
Can you repeat? We have a problem with the English translation.
A tolmácsolással technikai probléma adódott, kérnénk.
Okay, I will.
So
I repeat what I just said. This document is currently being discussed, and the way it is being adopted has not been clarified. Therefore, we believe that it's not right to include it in the conclusions, and therefore, and it also wasn't discussed at the meeting, so we suggest that it be deleted.
Bien, je prends note évidemment de...
Okay, take note of your comments, of course. Anybody else wishing to take the floor? Please, go ahead. Sweden, please.
You have the floor.
Svenska. Tack så väldigt mycket. Ja, det är precis...
Thank you very much. As has been said, this needs to be dealt with by the chairman, the chairpersons. The members from EU committees were not involved in this, so and it should be adopted on the 23rd of April. So this is too difficult. We don't have enough time. The Swedish chair developed its own position, but as a member of parliament I can't express my opinion, so therefore I believe that the whole thing should be deleted, because I can't say what mandate I've received from my parliament. This is a proposal from Germany and France, and this French-German proposal is not appropriate. Thank you.
You have the floor. C'est qui là? Yeah. Non, mais le monsieur là. Yeah.
L'Allemagne, monsieur.
Deutschland. Yeah. Oui, il y a un monsieur là des. Oui, après vous. Oui.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, President. Yes, well, the French term proposal was to move from the approval of the text. We proposed to have an examination. It's discussed at the COP in Parliament, but it's clear, and I agree with what people have said, that we, members of the Parliament, haven't taken the decision that was taken by our speakers. Our Swedish colleague said that this is not a good proposal, but if it should be deleted, then why not?
Oui, et là derrière.
Oui, mais dites. Oui, vous avez.
You have the floor. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I am from Slovak Republic, Slovak delegation. I agree with my previous colleague, but on behalf of the Slovak delegation, we require removal of this reference to European Parliament resolution of 22nd November 2023, as stated in point 65 of draft contribution. This is the last sentence. The Slovak Republic does not support the opening of the treaties, leading to increasing number of areas where actions are decided by qualified majority voting. We believe that the current challenges...
We speak over the conclusions.
Yeah, about conclusions, 65. Contribution.
No, the contribution, only the conclusions. The contribution arrived after this, yes.
Okay, I agree with my colleague previous. Then if you open the contribution,
only the conclusion.
I will ask for...
Monsieur Hofreiter, you have the floor.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Well, France and Germany requested examining the draft 4, so it shouldn't be deleted. Work has been put into that, but we haven't looked at it sufficiently. Some things are not shared by national parliaments, and therefore we need to have a discussion. We therefore believe that we should examine, not delete it, so that we can take a closer look at it.
Mr. Karas, have the floor. Has the floor.
Okay, ich möchte nur dazu sagen.
I would just like to highlight what the European Parliament presidency thinks of this. I don't fully understand some of the objections because Spain organised the conference, sent all national parliaments the draft, and all national parliaments had the opportunity until the 8th of April to table amendments. This means that this was sent to the Conference of Presidents straight away at the European Parliament, and other parliament speakers and presidents have told me that they also support the proposal. There must have been some internal communication problems in some national parliaments. I don't know how each country has focused on this draft, but as far as I'm aware, until the 8th of April, all national parliaments were asked by the EP to table amendments or suggest changes. And because we had this process, I would like to support the proposal made by the Belgian presidency.
Voilà, cher
Yes.
You have the floor. I don't see you. Italy. Yes.
Grazie Presidente. Allora.
Thank you, Chair. The Italian delegation supports the proposal for deletion of this portion of the text. We support Hungary's proposal for deletion. There was no agreement in Madrid to put this item on the agenda here today in Brussels. The communication to national parliaments was not carried out in accordance with the required timescale. I don't want to go into specific details, but it is clear that for a matter of this nature, the timeline of the 8th of April is ridiculously short. The text in question, these references to the roles and functions of parliaments, are considerations on which there is not a unanimous opinion. There are differences of opinion, and as I say, without going into any detail, the term Parliament itself is being opened up to question for some of our parliaments or chambers or assemblies or elected chambers, whatever you want to call them. If we're going to start questioning the use of the term Parliament, this is a major issue which requires considerable time for examination. So the 8th of April is an unrealistic deadline, not least because the communication was not received in due time, so we support Hungary's proposal for deletion.
Je passe la parole à l'Espagne.
Give the floor to Spain. Thank you very much, President. Well, the Spanish delegation understands that the proposal by the Belgian presidency and the French-German proposal to examine and therefore not approve the document is reasonable, and therefore we understand the procedure, because different national parliaments can take the decisions that they perceive to be opportune, and therefore we support the proposal by the Belgian presidency and the French-German proposal. Thank you.
Encore d'autres interventions?
Would anybody else like to take the floor?
Yes.
Děkuji za slovo.
Thank you for the floor. I would just like to briefly say that on behalf of the Czech national delegation, we support the Hungarian proposal.
Bien, d'autres interventions?
Anybody else wish to take the floor?
Panie Przewodniczący, też apelujemy.
Chair, on behalf of the Polish delegation, we also appeal to you, Chair, to withdraw this text as the Hungarian delegation proposed with the support of other delegations. We cannot decide on what has not been agreed upon to be discussed in the first place. It was not the subject of the debate in the national parliaments, so we would like this to be withdrawn, and so that we can proceed to discuss other matters.
Well, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The Romanian delegation agreed with the amendment from the Hungarian delegation.
everything which we already discussed and what my colleagues mentioned, we totally agree with. Thank you very much.
Mr. Karas.
Well, I would like to say something quite fundamental. Of course, here we're not deciding on the content, but we are talking about last time. At the last COSAC meetings, we had a reference to procedures until the Speakers' Conference, and we supported that. And the Speakers' Conference in Prague decided, that is, presidents of parliaments and the European Parliament all decided unanimously that at the next Speakers' Conference this draft would be presented, the draft by Spain, and it would be adopted. So this is not about internal discussions in member states, in national parliaments, and that's where perhaps there have been problems. But there was a decision by the Speakers' Conference in Prague, and that was that at the Speakers' Conference in Spain, a document would be presented and would be decided upon and adopted. And now I hear that at many national parliaments there hasn't been a discussion about this. The Spanish and Belgian presidencies have made an effort to ensure that this happens at the Speakers' Conference and to provide information today. And that's a logical consequence of the debates in COSAC over the past few weeks. This is not one individual event that we have once here on the agenda today. No, this is a process that has lasted for 2 years and includes the speakers of the Speakers' Conferences. And I hope that we can agree on a general approach here. That is, to support the fact that this document be debated at the Speakers' Conference.
Voilà. Encore d'autres
Okay, would anybody else like to take the floor on this matter?
Plus d'autres interventions.
Nobody else wishes to take the floor then.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On va sur l'amendement. Lequel l'amendement? Voilà, il y a force est de constater que
there is no unanimity on this matter. Therefore, we will put the amendment to the vote. But we will first of all carry out a test to make sure that it works. Okay.
Est-ce qu'on peut me dire quand le processus de vote est en ordre?
Could you please tell me when the voting process is working? Okay. So, colleagues.
Vous avez déjà voté?
Oui.
9 ont voté. 10.
Voilà, est-ce que le test est réussi?
Did the test work? Did everybody manage to do their test?
Compliqué. Hein.
Nous n'avons que 21 votes sur 38.
Oui. Il n'y a que 21 votes sur 38, donc il y a encore...
Only 21 out of 38, 39, so a few colleagues haven't yet voted. This is just a test.
La lumière s'allume quand le vote est...
The light will come on once the vote has been registered.
Light, of red light.
Est-ce qu'ils savent comment ça fonctionne physiquement? Je veux dire, où sont les boutons? Parce qu'on a dû aussi un peu chercher.
Et ils sont pareils. On refait un deuxième test, désolé.
Okay, sorry, but we'll have to do a second test.
Il faut aussi appuyer sur le bouton de vote peut-être parce que certains pays ne savaient pas. Ils ont simplement mis leur carte, je ne sais pas.
On va refaire un deuxième... Et après on met le truc en gros. Voilà, on va faire un deuxième test.
Okay, so let's do a second test so that we can be certain. So representatives of the unicameral parliaments will have 2 cards and they'll need to do 2 votes.
Voilà, le deuxième test.
Okay. Can we try the second test then?
Voilà. Le vote est ouvert, allons.
The vote is open. Please vote.
Il reste 5 collègues.
5 colleagues still haven't voted.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe encore?
C'est peut-être des parlements unicaméraux qui n'ont pas encore compris. Je ne sais pas très bien parce que...
Les collègues qui n'ont pas voté.
Those colleagues who haven't voted, please raise your hands.
Il manque 5 votes.
5 people still haven't voted.
Bon.
Ok, on ferme le vote et puis
Ouais.
on ferme le vote.
Le vote est clos. On va maintenant.
The vote is closed. We're now going to proceed with the real vote.
C'était le test. On va.
That was just a test. We're now going to have a vote on the Hungarian amendment.
You can...
Attendez.
Ils savent pas voter. On attend une solution pour la délégation.
We're just waiting to find a solution for the Romanian delegation, which hasn't been able to vote yet.
Ok.
Elle arrive, peut-être elle va...
Ah, la dame arrive, là. La dame arrive.
On peut... Oh.
Ok, c'est bon.
It's good. Ok. Alors, on vote...
Okay. Let's vote on this amendment. No, we'll do one more test.
Oh. Quoi? On ouvre le vote, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, let's open the vote.
Voilà.
Il y a 41.
Ah bah oui, parce que tout à l'heure, il y avait 40. Ça. Tout à l'heure, il faudra clairement dire sur quoi on vote. Donc, si on dit oui, on est en faveur de l'amendement.
Ouais.
Si on dit non, on est contre l'amendement.
Ok.
Parce que dans certains parlements, ça ne marche pas de la même façon.
Quel amendement c'est ça?
L'amendement des Hongrois. L'amendement hongrois.
Donc la colonne, la deuxième colonne.
La suppression, voilà.
C'est toujours pas...
30.
Tout le monde a-t-il voté, s'il vous plaît?
Has everybody voted? Please don't dally.
Non, test.
C'est le test, c'est encore un...
This is still a test, yes.
Ok, Sweden is okay. 37.
Everything it's okay?
Ok, bon.
Bon, écoute, maintenant on va...
Does it work in Romania? 37, la Roumanie, ça marche.
Romania, it's okay?
Yeah.
Yes? It's okay for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bon, bah alors nous allons...
All right. In that case, we'll actually vote on the Hungarian amendment now. If you agree with the amendment, vote yes. And if you reject the amendment, then vote no, just to make it perfectly clear.
Pour accepter l'amendement.
L'amendement.
The amendment can be found in column 2. The vote will open in a few moments. Okay, the vote is open.
Voilà. Est-ce que tout le monde a...
Okay, has everybody voted? Well, the vote is closed.
C'est pas 3 quarts, hein? Il faut 3 quarts. Hein?
Il faut 3 quarts.
Il faut 3 quarts, c'est rejeté.
Comme il faut les...
Well, as you need a 3/4 majority to adopt the amendment, this one does not pass. So the text proposed by the Belgian presidency, based on the proposal, the French-German proposal, will be kept. That will be approved. Thank you for your collaboration. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to my colleague for the draft contribution.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you, colleagues. We'll be looking at the draft contribution. The first column has the original proposal, the second has the amendments, and the third has the compromise proposal. I suggest we quickly review them. 4A, we have included a French Senate proposal. On point 8C, we have partially kept the amendment proposals and accepted the wording proposed by the European Parliament. On point 17, we accepted the French proposal when it came to including Armenia. On point 29A, 29A, this is a new point.
Included in a contribution if it has the support of all delegations. Yes, would you like the floor? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I really want to understand how we proceed with amendments. Right now, I really didn't understand. You just went, that has been approved, this hasn't been approved. Can we just follow from each amendment that has been proposed? Either we support it or not, and that's how we go through. Otherwise, I got lost of the track, what just happened. Thank you.
We won't have... I understand your proposal, but we won't have the time to examine 53 amendments. So I just wanted to say what had changed between this version and the previous one you had. So amendments were introduced, which had already been introduced a first time. So most of them are also rejected by the Troika. They have been rejected by the Troika, so they are again rejected today. So we had 29 a new item, 37 is 37 37 yes. Yes, you Italy, you have. Oh, Italy have the floor.
It is indeed, I understand fully to speed up the operation is very constrained. There are many amendments in dozens and so on. I fully understand your concern, and I very much appreciate for just saying a couple of words. The amendment which is not being considered at page 3 because it was rejected for the second time is an amendment on the development of an all-inclusive partnership agreements open to all member states with third countries on the origin and transit of migration with a view to mutual development and cooperation, and encourages initiatives and so on. This is an amendment which has been rejected for the second time. I would only like to note that on 17th of March, the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, together with the Prime Minister and Minister of Austria, Belgium, Cyprus, Greece, Italy, have stricken and concluded a very important agreement with Egypt for a 4 years package, 7.4 billion euros over 3 years to help the African, to help Egypt to stem irregular migrants, to boost economic energy sales to Europe, and to support the through a financial package, the Egyptian budget. So this is very strange. It's a very strange signal that we are giving as Europeans to all our African partners and also to our competitors in Africa, the fact that this agreement, which have a strategic importance and are based on the fundamental value of bilateral mutual friendship and partnership, just is not even considered in this session when it has just been adopted and agreed with by the European Union with Egypt only 10 days ago. Thank you.
May I draw your attention to the fact that we interpreter services till a 5:45. So it remains 7 minutes to examine our amendments. So that's why I wanted to show rapidly what has been changed. I understand your frustration. Your frustration is mine also, but it is the situation. Germany wants the floor.
Nach der Geschäftsordnung ist ja ein
Well, according to the rules of procedure, either we have consensus about something or we have a vote. And I have to say very clearly that you said previously that we had 37 points. These are 37 points in which we have no consensus. And we may even reject them. So you have texts such as
and gender violence against women and deplores all losses of civilians from both sides. From both sides, wir haben keine.
We don't have any systematic Israeli attacks in sexual attacks in Gaza. We have systematic sexual attacks by Hamas in Israel. And this is factually false. We have a huge problem in Gaza, and it's true, right? We need to address that. But what here is actually distorting the facts, and there's no consensus on this. And if we should have don't have consensus, then the German delegation would have to reject this entire document, because there are points here that are completely false factually.
Just for an understanding, 37. COSAC stresses that international humanitarian law states that hospitals, medical supplies, civilian inside hospital must be protected. COSAC further stresses that international law also states that hospitals should not be used to shield military objectives from attack. Hospitals must also receive the most urgent medical supplies immediately, and patients in need of urgent medical care must be evacuated safely. In this context, it urges Israel to exercise utmost restraint to ensure the protection of civilians. That's all. That's all. This is the version we have.
Ich habe zum Beispiel über
For example, I said clearly in Article 35 and paragraph 35 there are factually false messages that we cannot approve. And in the rules of procedure, it's very clear. Either we have consensus, and we don't have that, or we have to vote on it. And you can't simply ride roughshod over things that on which there is no consensus. It's simply not acceptable.
C'est le 35. Austria has the floor.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. I fully support what my German colleague has just said. And on we've done a lot of work on every single point, and tabling amendments today. There's a lot of work. We had to do it on time, and we simply need to vote on each amendment. There's a whole group of countries that are behind these amendments that we have tabled today.
Do you speak about amendment on point 35, to be clear?
Ich spreche über alle.
I'm talking about all of the amendments. So this relates to 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and we don't need any interpreters for the vote. We can just do it in English.
And then and make the vote in English.
Okay, Portugal? Is it Portugal? Polonia.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, I'd like to propose that we move the whole vote to the Hungarian presidency. We'll have time, so we can do it at the beginning of the Hungarian presidency.
Sweden.
Svenska. Det är sent och vi vet detta med tolkarna. Men det finns...
Thank you. Well, we know about the situation with interpreting, but there's a problem. There are 72 paragraphs, far more than we usually have, more than 130 amendments, and there are increasingly more being presented and some being deleted. And obviously there are certain positions on the Middle East. We've just heard from Germany, and I have specific positions. We're far too weak in our views when it comes to protecting Ukraine, for example. It's going to be extremely difficult to have a joint position by tomorrow. I regret it. It's a shame, but it's going to be very difficult to vote now and to say everybody here in the room, here Europe is united. Unfortunately, this document is it's full of too many disagreements. It's something that's regrettable.
There is no interpretation anymore. May I ask you to speak in English for the rest of our meeting? Yes. Could you please also repeat your delegation? Thank you.
Yes, I'm Haris Georgiadis from the Cyprus delegation. This is not an issue about one or two specific proposed amendments. I think the message that is being conveyed to the presidency is that we are nowhere near a consensus on the proposed text, and that is exactly why we have such a large number of proposed amendments. Without being given the chance to vote on the proposed amendments, I am afraid we have no consensus on the proposed text, despite the best efforts of the presidency, which I appreciate, and given the very specific provision of the rules of procedure, that such a text is decided on the basis of consensus, we shall either afford time to reach a consensus or to vote on each and every amendment, or I am afraid we do not have a text which enables us to support it.
Let's vote on each amendment. It's going to be much faster. We'll be already...
So no one said we wouldn't vote. I was just explaining what was different from the previous version. You don't want to? Okay. We are just going to vote every article. Is that what you want? Okay. So, Article 1, there is no amendment. 2, no amendment. 3, no amendment. 4, no amendment. 4A. There is an amendment from France. Shall we vote or... The French amendment was adopted. No problem? No problem. 5, no amendment. 6, no amendment. 7, there was an amendment from Sweden. Shall we vote on this amendment? Yes? Please, could you launch the vote? So we vote on amendment number 4 concerning item 7 from Sweden. Has everyone voted? I close the vote. Can we close the vote? Result is on 34 votes, 25 for. So we had a majority to for the amendment.
It doesn't pass, it doesn't pass.
Rejected? Could you please explain? Could you please explain so that? We need 3/3 of the votes. We don't have 3/4 of the votes. We needed 26 votes. I'm sorry, it is rejected. Point 8, we have an amendment from Cyprus. Beginning of the vote. Could everyone vote? We can close the vote. "32 votes, 17 for the amendment. It is not enough rejected." We had also an amendment number 6, beginning of the vote. From Austria, Sweden and Netherlands. Has everyone voted? We can close the vote. 36 votes, 18 for the amendment. It's not enough rejected. Amendment 7. We have to vote on the Belgian proposition number 8. Beginning of the vote on the Belgian proposition. Proposition number 8. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? Can we close the vote? Yes. "35 votes, 19 for the amendment, rejected." We vote on amendment number 7 from France. Beginning of the votes.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec ça?
Notre proposition reste. Donc il ne faut pas tenir compte de cette colonne.
Oui, d'accord, mais nous, on vote pour ou contre? Pour.
Non. Non, on vote contre.
On s'abstient.
Has everyone voted? Are we in capacity to close the vote? Yes, we close the vote. 39 votes, 18 for the amendment. It is rejected. So the original text is valid. 9. We have point 9. We have an amendment number 8 from France. Beginning of the vote. Is everyone following? No problem. Thank you. So we can close the vote. 13 votes, 17 positive, so the amendment is rejected. Item 10, amendment number 9 from Austria. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? Thank you. I am closing the vote. 36 votes, 5 for, so it is clearly rejected. Amendment number 10 from Cyprus. Beginning of the votes. Everyone voted. I'm closing the vote. 35 votes, 16 for, so rejected. Amendment number 11, always on item 10. Amendment from Lithuania. Beginning of the vote. Si on rejette, on rejette?
Oui, on rejette.
Has everyone voted? Yes, thank you. End of the vote. 38 votes, 23, not enough rejected. There is a proposal to add an item 11A. It is Amendment 12 from the Italian Chamber and Senate. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? Thank you. End of the vote. 36 votes, 23 positive. Rejected. Point 12, no amendment. Point 13, no amendment. 14, 15, 16, no amendment. Point 17, amendment from France. Beginning of the vote. Adding Armenia. Has everyone voted? End of the vote. Adopted, 33 positive votes. At least one adopted. Thank you. Article 18. Amendment 14 from Italy, Chamber and Senate. Beginning of the vote. As every delegation voted, end of the votes. 37 votes, 28 positive. It is adopted. Adopted. Okay. Article 19, 20, 21, 22, no amendment. 23, 24, 24A, no amendment. 25, we have amendment from Lithuania. Amendment number 15. Beginning of the vote. Has every delegation, each delegation voted? End of the votes. 38 votes, 26 positive. It is rejected. It is rejected. So, Article 26, Amendment 16 from Italy, beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. Oof. 28 votes, 21 positive. Is it okay for you? It is adopted, even if a few participation. Don't we need a quorum? Don't we need a quorum of participation? Is it okay? It is okay, okay. Okay. Article 27, no amendment. Yes, 27 bis. We have an adding amendment 17 from the Italian Chamber and Senate. Beginning of the votes on Amendment 17. Has everyone voted?
Yes.
Please. Thank you. End of the votes. 37 votes, 19 for, rejected. Article 28, no amendment. 29, we have amendment from Lithuania. A new article, yes, Article 29A. Amendment 18 from Lithuania. Beginning of the vote.
On est d'accord avec ça?
On prend ça? On prend? Has everyone voted? Thank you. End of the votes. Adopted. 34 positive votes. Article 30, no amendment. 31, no amendment. 32, no amendment. 32 bis, a new one, Amendment 19 from Italy. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. $33 votes, 22 rejected. Article 33, Amendment 20 from Cyprus, beginning of the votes. Cyprus, you have the floor.
We withdrawing all our amendments on the Middle East chapter, expressing full support in the common Austrian and Czech amendments, with the exception of one, so as to make the reference to the Amalthea initiative, which is number 27 in Article 36. Page 20, the last reference only. Page 20, the last reference to the Amalthea humanitarian corridor. All others are withdrawn. Thank you.
Okay, we withdraw all your amendments, so we don't vote on Amendment 20. But we will vote on your Amendment 27. But before voting on 27, we will vote on Amendment 21 from Czechia and Austria, beginning of the votes. On Article 34, Amendment 21, beginning of the votes. Has everyone the opportunity to vote? Thank you. End of the votes. 38 votes, 28 positive. It is enough, so adopted. We shall now vote on Amendment 22 from Hungary. Beginning of the vote. Yes, Hungary.
We
1
rejected.
minute.
Withdraw it.
You withdraw
Yes.
your amendment. Thank you. Rejected?
Yeah, there were 28 votes in favor on 38, and that's not enough. We need 29.
Yeah. I have to come back to the previous one. There were 38 votes, 28 positive, but one was missing to have 29 to obtain 3/4. So it is rejected. So 22 withdraw, 23 from... No. So, okay. We shall vote on 22 from amendment from Hungary. Beginning of the vote. So the previous amendment was rejected. Hungary wants to vote on amendment 22. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 17 positive, it is not enough, rejected. Amendment 23, withdrawn from Cyprus. Amendment 24 concerns Article 35. Amendment 24 from Austria and Czechia. Beginning of the vote. Every one of you has voted. End of the votes. 39 votes, 32 seems to be adopted. Adopted. Okay, Amendment 25 is from the Italian Chamber.
It's, the Italian one is not admissible because it's on the previous proposal.
Is not admissible because on the previous proposal. So we won't vote this one. Article 36. We have Amendment 26 from Austria and Czechia. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 39 votes, 32 yes, so it is adopted. Amendment 27 from Cyprus and no.
They want, yes, they want to vote on it.
Yes, they want to vote. Beginning of the vote on Amendment 27. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. Oops. C'est combien ça? Adopté? 37 votes, 31 for, so adopted. We are at Article 37, Amendment 28 from Austria and Czechia. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 33 votes, 21 not enough, rejected. So we were on 29. Amendment 29 from Italy. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? We can close the vote. 32 votes, 26 in favor. It is adopted. Amendment 29. Amendment 30. It is withdrawn. Amendment 21. 31, sorry. 31 on Article 29. No, 29 bis. Beginning of the vote from Italy. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 36 votes, 31 in favor. Accepted. Adopted. Article 38, Amendment 32 from Cyprus, withdrawn. Article 39, Amendment 33 from Austria and Czech. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 37 votes, 28 in favor. Adopted? It is adopted. Article 40, Amendment 34 from Austria and Czech. Beginning of the votes. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 39 votes, 24. It is not enough. Rejected. Amendment 35 from the Italian Chamber and Senate. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 32 votes, 25. Is it adopted or not? Is it enough? It is. I think it is. It is adopted. Amendment 36 withdrawn. Thank you. Article 41. Amendment 37 from our best contributors, Austria and Czechia. Beginning of the votes. Has everyone voted? Thank you. End of the votes. 37 votes, 23. It is rejected. Amendment 38 from Italy. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? Yes. End of the votes. 31 votes, 12 only rejected. Amendment 39 from Cyprus withdrawn. Article 42. Amendment 40 from Italy. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 35 votes, 28 in favor. It is adopted. Article 43, no amendment. Article 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, no amendment. Article 51, Amendment 41 from Hungary. Beginning of the votes. You can verify if you have voted. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 37 votes, 12 in favor, rejected. Amendment of France, Amendment 42. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 20 in favor on 35 votes. It is not 3/4 rejected. Article 52, 53, 54, 55, no amendment. Article 56, Amendment 43 from Hungary. Beginning of the votes. Has everyone voted? Thank you. End of the votes. 15 out of 37 rejected. Article 57, 58, no amendment. The future of democracy and the rule of law. Article 59, no amendment. 60, we have an amendment from Hungary. It is Amendment 44. Beginning of the votes. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 11 out of 36 rejected. We are at, we have Amendment 45 withdrawn. Article 61, no amendment. 62 deleted. 63, we have Amendment 46 from France. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted on a French amendment? End of the votes. 24 out of 37 rejected. Article 64, no amendment. Article 65. We have amendment from France, again, Amendment 47, beginning of the votes. Has everyone voted on this amendment? End of the votes. 12 out of 37 rejected. Article 66, we have an Hungarian amendment, Amendment 48. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 8 out of 34 rejected. Article 67. We have amendment from Sweden. Amendment 49. Beginning of the vote. Has everyone voted on the Swedish amendment? End of the votes. 17 on 35 rejected. The access to information on the Council's decision-making process. Article 68. We have an amendment from several countries, Amendment 50. Beginning of the votes. Has everyone voted? End of the votes. 24 in favor out of 38. It is rejected. Amendment 41 from Cyprus withdrawn. You want to vote? You would like to vote on this amendment 51, beginning of the vote. Everyone is okay with the vote? End of the vote. 23 in favor out of 37. It is rejected. Article 69, no amendment. 70, no amendment. 71, amendment from a series of countries. Italy, Netherlands, Czech, Slovakia, Luxembourg, Deutschland. Amendment 52, beginning of the votes. Has everyone controlled if the vote was okay? End of the vote. 22 in favor out of 34 votes. What says the specialist? It is rejected. 72, no amendment. 73, no amendment. This is the conclusion of our contribution to this COSAC meeting. Thank you, dear colleagues. I have some communications. Our services will be in charge of preparing the final texts, of course, with the amendments, this long voting procedure, so that we can adopt the final text with our finishing meeting tomorrow. There is manifestation. There is a manifestation of farmers. There are farmers tomorrow in the streets around the parliament. So you have to know there will be 400 mechanical vehicles from farmers. So there will be traffic jams. Security will be assured around our zone, the Schuman zone, around the European Parliament. It won't be closed by the police, but you know it could be in case of necessity. The access to the European Parliament will be possible by the point of Wirtz Street, if you know the Wirtz Streets, but not via Esplanade Solidarnosc. So you should join via Wirtz Street from the Chaussée de Wavre. Participants must anticipate their arrival to be on time. If you lose your badge, it will be a problem. So keep attention and keep your badge with you. We cannot anticipate how this manifestation will occur, so we will give you more information in your hotels if needed. Our services will give you a circulation plan at the issue of this session so that you know where you can go or not. I had also another one. If you stay at the NH Hotel, you can form a group on the other side of the hemicycle. This way? This way? Don't know. Yes, this way. And follow one serviceman or women, yes, the man there, which will guide you to your car. The other participants are going back to their hotel by foot, and we should be already at Tours and Taxi. So we propose that you take the car immediately. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you.